Good morning, everybody. I know that it is an early live for me, but the kids have physical therapy this afternoon, so it means an earlier than usual live. If you are joining on YouTube and Facebook, make sure that you say hello in the comments so that I can greet you appropriately. Good morning, Dorothy. Good morning. Good morning, Wade. How are you guys? Skin is really dry. What's up, local hams? How are you? Good to see you guys this morning. Good morning, MG Brock. Good to see you as well. Good morning, Jay Nice. What's up, Harold? Good morning. How is everyone? Good morning, Eric. How are you? Maria, JLC. Good morning. Good morning, Sherry. Good morning. Good to see you guys. Good morning, Lavonda. How is everyone? Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Facebook. Good morning, Andy and John. You are up early. What's up, Josephine? Good to see you as well. Hey, Tracy. Good morning. Good to see you all. As you can tell, things have been busy. Good morning, Artep. Hey, Eli. What's up, Mary Shaw? Need coffee? I sure do. Jesus, Sherry, and I didn't even make me any yet. So, what's up, G? Let's see who else we got in here. Hey, Allie Nicole. Yeah. So, listen, folks. It is. There's a lot of activity going on. Good morning, Julie Conchita. Good to see you, Blue Nevada. Hey, Rylene. What's up, Alex? Oh, it's early there, Alex. Um, Thanks for being here. Good morning, Pamela. Good to see you, P. Jones. So, hey, Winn Dixie, good to see you as well, folks. I want to say this seriously, right? I would just be mindful of what you see on the news regarding LA if you don't know how big LA is and LA County is, so that you put what's happening and what you see on the news in context. Okay, just throwing that out there for you. So let's see. Good morning, Christine. It's fed up. Nice to see you. Yeah, Sassy. I am same here, feeling the same way. Good morning, Rylene. Good morning, Salt and Sassy. Absolutely. So folks, listen. If you think that 400 or 500 people protesting in LA is a big deal, it is not. Good morning, MM Megan. You educated yourself about LA last night. That's awesome, Leslie Ann. That is awesome because that's great, right? It helps us. Hey, Cam. Good morning. Good morning, my friend Hawk. How are you this morning? So, I do have some information that I want to talk about. I figure that relatively soon we will start to see California file its paperwork in the court system as soon as the courts are open. So I would expect that around lunchtime today for us to see that happening. I think that, they prepared well in advance for this because they knew this was something that the Trump administration was going to do and that they were specifically going to target California. Good morning, Witch. Hey, Denise, good to see you, right? I think that everyone knew that. And I know for sure that Gavin Newsom expected that. Listen, Siberio, I don't know. So, yeah, that's true. And we can talk about that too. Good morning, Lenny. 100%. Good morning, Tori, the Kraken. Let me see. Who else am I missing? I'm trying to greet everybody. What's up, Pie Slice? Good to see you too. So, all right. So, folks, good morning, Tech Lady. If you are on, hey, Queen Gemini, if you're on YouTube or Facebook, if you don't comment, I don't get to see that you've joined. So, just want to kind of let you know that. Reb, you are more than welcome to join the panel and have a conversation with me. What's up, Mini Gigabytes? Hey, Kristen. Good morning, Thomas Griffin. Good to see you as well, right? So, other than that, we're going to ignore the trolls this morning, okay? So, Katrina, good morning. Good morning, retired vet. So, let me say this. If you are a real Trump supporter, good morning, Yaya, and you have something that you'd like to say about, like, what's actually happening, good morning, Steve. You're welcome to do that. Good morning, C. But let me also say this, okay? If all you're here to do is troll, you will be ignored or booted from the live because I don't have time for that. I'm here for like real human beings with real times, right? Yeah. So, I mean, Reb, here's my thing, right? Is that I don't know when you say you can't join, why is that? Because I don't understand if you're able to chat, why aren't you able to join? Good morning, KK Thomas. Good morning. That's my question to you. Right. So this is my thing. When people come and they're very, very vocal in the comments and they are commenting quite a lot, I never understand when they say, I can't join the panel. Right. I don't understand that. And the most common things I get are either, I'm at work, which means you shouldn't be on TikTok anyway, commenting, or it means, I've heard them say, I'm feeding my baby, which you can still talk and feed babies. Good morning, Carla. Good morning, DJ. What's up, living with the louds? Like, it's just interesting the things that I hear people say. And so I am respectful. And I do want to have conversations that are respectful and that are engaging and that are fact based and that are reasonable. Hey, good morning, Yara. Good morning, Lewins. And it's just, that's what I'm hopeful for. What's up, Blue Honey Pot and Jen? Good morning, right? Yeah, Kristen, what I would say is use your best judgment, right? I really would. Good morning, Rachel, and kind of see what happens, right? And so, Sandman, again, if you would like to join the panel, please do so. I would love to have a conversation with you. I really would. So if you want to talk about why you think that this is a fight that Trump needs to pick, then let's have that conversation. I would love to do that. Good morning, Brandy. Hey, good morning, Astrid. Hey, Cheryl. I think I said hi to Carla, but hopefully I did, and Gemini. So anyway, okay, so I want to talk about this. So the heading that I have today is, did Trump pick the wrong fight or the right fight with the wrong state? And I think that there's two different parts to this conversation that I want to have. Before I jump all the way in, what I would like for you to do is to pay attention to the telephone number that is here. If you have members of the National Guard or in the Marines and they are concerned about the things that are happening and what they are being asked to do, they can call 877-447-4487. That is the GI Rights hotline, where they can get private, secure, legal information about what they can do and what they don't have to do. You can also go to my link tree, where there is a link to a PDF that has several more resources for them and where they can go to get the information that does support them. Remember that you do not have to follow illegal orders. And orders that violate the Constitution. So good morning, Lady MMQ. So remember, guys, we're going to ignore trolls. That's what we're going to do. We're going to let people join the panel if they really want to have a conversation. If they are in here and they're just spouting off at the mouth, and I love that, Hawk, and they don't want to join the panel, or if they are like Michael, right, and they just come in being disrespectful, then they just get muted and booted right off the bat, because we don't deal with assholes who are disrespectful. So just like that, Michael's gone, right? Why? Because he came in just calling people names. She's good, Bree. Thanks for asking, right? No, that's not true. That's not true. See, I just sent you Clusterfunk. I just sent you a direct message to join the panel. So you're able to do that. Hey, Pat Smith, what Donald Trump is doing right now is not legal. It is legal for GIs to refuse to follow an illegal order, right? So according to the UCMJ, that's the Uniform Code of Military Justice, right? You do not have to follow I'm a veteran as well, Katya. You do not have to follow illegal orders, right? And so that is why I'm giving this telephone number out for folks, so that if they have questions about what they do or don't need to follow and what legal recourse they have, appreciate you, sassy girl, then that's the number to call. It's 877-447-4487. There's also a link to a pretty extensive, what's up, Race? The PDF that is in my link tree as well. Good morning, Nicole. All right, so I want to dive right in. The reason why this question is up here is, did Trump pick? Well, no, Curtis, I'm not wrong. And I'll tell you what, let's do this. I just invited you to the panel. Come on up and let's chat. If you believe that I'm wrong, let's talk about the law and we'll see, right? Let's do that, right? Because here's the thing. Good morning, Zeke. Oh, that's interesting, Zeke. Let me know how that goes. So let me say this, folks, okay? When we talk about, what's legal and what's illegal and your opinion of it, right? I respect the fact that you have the right to have an opinion. It doesn't mean that I have to respect your opinion. If your opinion goes against fact, if your opinion, it does not align with the law, right? You're entitled to it. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. So, feel free to feel however you want to feel, but facts are important. and facts over feelings is incredibly important, right? So it's just, that's just the thing, right? So feel however you want to feel, but we're going to talk about actual facts. Good morning, Vladimir. Good morning, Midwest Music Medium. What you got for me this morning?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I was watching yesterday what was going on in California, and from what we know, Biden let a lot of people come into the United States, and I feel like this is so hard for the United States to do something like this because there's so many people that have lived here for years, and my grandparents came from Poland, and just the way that they were doing this yesterday, I've seen people getting beat up. I mean, it's horrible that they're doing it the way that they're doing it. I can't believe there's not a different way that this can be done instead of doing it like this.
I mean, there is a different way that it could be done. There is.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so let me ask you this. When you said, that according to what we know, Biden let a lot of people into the country, can you expound upon that?
From what I've seen, he supposedly opened the borders and people come into the country. That's all I know.
Yeah, but that's not what happened. And I think that what people need to know is accurate information. So like if you go, and I'm going to do it while we're on here because I just think that this is helpful for people to see exactly what it means. So when you understand the difference between encounters and admission, then you can start to understand exactly what happened. So, and this information is available to you in my Linktree. There is a link there that says political resource materials, right? That's the name of it. And in there's a lot of information, including a Google Doc, where there's a ton of information with regard to the border. And there's also some additional sources that will link straight to the Department of Homeland Security, straight to Border Patrol's website, all of those things, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up this first one, and then I'm going to turn my TikTok camera around so that we can all see it together.
Be careful with that. Now you're not supposed to do that anymore, I guess.
What do you mean?
You're not supposed to do a back screen or anything anymore on TikTok. They changed it where you can't do that, and they will take you down. Not even a picture. You can't do it anymore. You're on the screen with the picture, but if you just show a picture without you, then you get in trouble.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. TikTok knows when I'm sharing my screen and when I'm coming right back, right? When I'm showing something. Yeah. So what she's talking about is whenever there's a host and the host just has a back screen up, but the host is never on camera, is what she's referring to. Right. I know what she's referring to. Yeah, no, I'm here and I'm always doing it like this. So so let me kind of just show you what I'm talking about. And I'm going to show, let me show you this. Actually, Pat Smith, you're not correct. And I'm going to share with you the law about why what you're stating is incorrect. But let me do this part first, and then we'll do a little bit of both, and I'll address everybody as best I can. Okay, so give me 1 second. So what I'm going to do really quickly over here is share my screen on this one side. And there we go. And I'm also going to do it on TikTok. Okay, perfect. You guys can see it over there. All right, so here we go. I'm going to bring you guys closer to me for just a second so that I can then turn my screen around and you can see what I want you to see. All right, so because it's just important when we do this to just walk through it and go through the actual facts. Good morning, Cheryl. Good to see you. All right, so here we go. Where's my flip camera around? Perfect. So as you can see, I'm looking at a report that's on the Department of Homeland Security's website. Sorry, my camera is a little bit blurry, isn't it? Okay, see if that's better. It is. All right, so cool. All right, so as you can see, this is what I'm looking at. It came out April of last year. As you know, whenever you have stats and things like that, it takes them a minute to be put into a full report. I think the very first thing that's important for people to, when we start to talk about unauthorized immigrants versus legal residents. These are the only two categories that we have when it comes to immigration. So we don't have a category that's specifically called illegal immigrants or whatever. We have unauthorized immigrants, and then we have legal residents. Anyone who is not a legal resident is an unauthorized immigrant, but that doesn't mean they're here illegally. And the reason why that is so is because if you look, persons who are beneficiaries of temporary protected status, that's a legal status to come here, right? We have Ukrainians here that are here under temporary protected status. Venezuelans under temporary protected status. This is something that has existed within our government for a long time. But those people that are here under temporary protected status still are not legal residents. So the Department of Homeland Security still classifies them as an unauthorized immigrant because they're not authorized to live here legally. Okay. Next, you will see that DACA, the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, right? Those folks are also considered unauthorized immigrants, even though they are here under DACA, right? Folks that are here under prosecutorial discretion, whether they are here because they have met the very first standard of asylum proof, but they're awaiting their asylum hearings. Those folks are here under prosecutorial discretion. Those who are here that are awaiting to be removed for whatever reason in immigration court, those folks are included in the unauthorized immigrant population. And even those people who are just waiting for an adjustment for their legal resident status, right? Even those people are still classified here until they're moved. So when we talk about, how many we have and who people are, and an unauthorized immigrant is somebody that is illegal, that's not accurate. That's not true. Okay. So when you also look at the data, so I love to do this because a lot of people don't know this information, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for folks. What you can see right here is that in 2022, the number of undocumented or unauthorized immigrant population was right at 11 million. That number as of this year is around 13 million or so. Those are the estimates. Now, what's important is to look and see, when did these people arrive here? So if you've got a total of 11 million in 2022, and between 1980 and 1990, 1.5 million got here. Between 1990 and 1999, 3.4 million got here. And between 2000 and 2009, 3.9, almost 4 million got here. You can do the math. That means the majority, over 8 million, 8.8 million of the unauthorized immigrant population arrived here prior to 2010. So we have not had this mass invasion of the country or in immigrants in the country. We just simply haven't. It's not something that has existed. And this includes 2 years of the Biden administration, right? So that piece of information is just simply not accurate. And that's based on the government's information, period. So
my sister just told me that, and I haven't heard this anywhere. I mean, I'm just watching what's going on, but she said that Trump offered people that are here illegally $1,000 and a plane ticket. But if you don't do that and you don't turn yourself in and go back to where you're originally from, you never will be able to come back here if they catch you.
Okay, so that's partially true and partially not true. He offered $1,000 for anyone that is willing to self-deport. Now, that does not mean that they are here illegally. They could be here under temporary protected status. They could be here awaiting asylum. They could be here for a number of different reasons. That doesn't mean, and this is again why I'm stressing that people need to understand the difference and what the term illegal is. Does anybody know, or do you know, for example, what it is to be here illegally? What type of crime is it to enter the United States illegally? What crime is it? Do you know what level of crime is it?
I personally don't know the level of crime.
It's a misdemeanor. It's the same as a speeding ticket. To enter the United States of America illegally is a misdemeanor, right? That's all it is. It's the same as getting a speeding ticket. It's not anything, whatever. It's just not. And so I think that it's important Yeah. Did she? Nope. I'm trying to mute. Okay, cool. It's a misdemeanor. And so when people say, "Oh my God, they're here illegally," dude, you're getting a traffic ticket is illegal.
But how can you function though if
Well,
you
but
don't have the
well,
birth certificate and the IDs to get a
so but
place to
here's
live?
so
know?
this is again where a lot of people don't know the process. So let's talk about the process. Okay. So I'm going to turn my camera back around and let's talk about the process. And they're different, right? They are very, very different. So first, when one of the things that people freak out about when they see these numbers and they see this number that says we had 2.3 million encounters at the southern border, what people don't understand is that encounter does not mean admitted into the country. As a matter of fact, why is this doing this? TikTok is weird today. Let me take this down real quick. So an encounter at the border actually means that we encountered those individuals and they have gone through the vetting process. They are determined to either meet the initial standard for whatever status it is they are coming for. It's not a felony, Pat. Good, sweet baby Jesus. Everything that you have said in the comments has been wrong. Everything that you have said. Why do you lie so frequently? Am I going to have to go to Facebook and block you for lying in my comments? I don't do misinformation, sir, of any sort. So let me just show you. It is 8 USC 1125. That is the law that determines getting here into the United States illegally. Got it? 8 USC 1125.
How do you know all this stuff? Just from doing your own research, or did you work with somebody?
No, I literally researched it myself. If you go to my profile, I have 1158 is the asylum law, Hawk. 1158 is the asylum law. 25 and 26 governs entering illegally. So no, so here's why I know all this stuff. So last year, when all of this immigration stuff started being said, and I was like, so the first thing that I understand is we can't possibly have 20 million people admitted here in a year, because where in the absolute hell would they live? Mm-hmm. Like, I don't think that people understand how many people 20 million people is, but it's a hell of a lot of people.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. And it's 1325, not 1125. Sorry, 1325. It's 1325 and 1326. And I'm going to share it with folks just so that you can see my folks over here. You all should be able to see what I'm looking at, right? So great. I love this. So improper entry by an alien. They are simply given a, listen, they are subject to a civil penalty of $50 and not more than $250 for each such entry or attempted entry. Like literally, it's a civil penalty that they are subject to. I don't know why people don't get that. It is not in any way, shape, or form a felony. Yeah, hold on. I will share it with you all. Jeez, oh Pete. I'm addressing Pat over on Facebook. So because he doesn't know shit, but he likes to pop up on my page and say a bunch of things that are inaccurate. So this is the law. 8 USC, which is United States Code 1325, improper entry by an alien. I don't call them an alien because they're people, right? I call them immigrants because that's what they are. And it tells you this is what they are subject to: a civil penalty, not a criminal penalty, a civil penalty of at least $50 and not more than $250 for each such entry or attempted entry. Twice the amount specified in the case of an alien who has been previously subject to a civil penalty. So you can get double it if you repeat again, right? But this is it. It's a civil penalty. It's not a felony. So Pat Smith over on Facebook, please learn something or stop lying, sir. Like, that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Like, real talk. I can't stand that because you are, let me just tell you this. What you are doing, Pat, is dangerous. You are spreading misinformation that puts people at risk of violence, discrimination, hatred, and all those types of things. Stop doing that. You
Danny,
are
can I ask you a question?
sure.
My sister just told me, and I didn't know this either. Like I'm a scroller. I listen to people talking like you are,
Mhm.
and she told me that Trump is he passed it, or he's trying to pass something where they're taking American people and putting them in this Venezuelan prison.
So here's what she's talking about is Donald Trump made a statement that he would be open to sending United States citizens also to the Venezuelan prison called CICAD, which is one of the worst prisons in the country, in the world. And his thing was, I'm open to exploring that and the legalities of it. So is that something that he said he was open to? Yes. Have I seen a bill of any sort that says that? Right. He called them homegrowns. Correct, folks. And CICAD is in El Salvador. So these are the things that people need to understand. If you are here illegally, it's a misdemeanor, right? It's $50. I know. So I'm not over there, Jason, and I'm using a software so I can stream on Facebook and TikTok at the same time. And I don't know that I can use a moderator with this service. Let me see if I can. Let me see if it'll let me do this. Good morning, Veronica. Okay, so when we talk about Biden let in a bunch of people, it's literally not something that happened. And he's never, quote unquote, opened the borders, right? And I think the thing that people need to remember, I think I can do this from over here. Hold on, y'all. I'm multitasking my tail off right now. Block. Boop. Bye, Pat. Love that for him.
My sister is just like you.
And me, actually. So you asked me how I know all this. Literally, when all this information started to talk about immigrants and the border and all of those types of things, I needed to know what was and wasn't accurate. And the best way for me to do that is to actually go look at laws. I spent a lot of time looking at different immigration law, looking at the Department of Homeland Security's website, looking at the Customs and Border Patrol website, learning the difference between Title 8 and Title 42, all of those different things, because they're not the same. And people don't understand. Okay, so let me show you something, because people will be astounded at this. Let me see if I still have it pulled up from yesterday. I might not, but if I don't, I can find it really quickly for you. Boom, 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 boom. So if people believe that high encounter numbers is bad, there's an argument for that, and I'll tell you why. So hold on one second. So customs, not customers, Jesus, customs. There we go. Boom. Wow, look at me. Whoop, whoop. Turns out I did still have it up. I get excited sometimes because I'm like, oh my God, I have, like, if you could see, I'm a little like ADHD. I have 1,000 tabs up and all the things. And yeah, it's like crazy. Okay, so there's actually a whole data portal that you can go to when you are looking up these things to see like when people came, when they didn't came, what encounters are. And there's actually a difference between like Title 8 and Title 42 statistics. What is there's a port of entry. Shut up, Mr. Barrios. He's making fun of my ADHD. There's a difference between when they are encountered by the offices at a port of entry or when they are encountered at the border. All those things. Kentucky, I will get there, right? But first, you're not the only one here. So before we talk about solutions, we have to give accurate information to properly define what the issue is, right? So that's what we have to do. So you're not the only one here, and I will get to you when I get there, okay? And if you become impatient, then you just become impatient, right? But there are 300 and some people in the room, and we're going to go through this process with everybody, okay? Because some people don't know. And I love it when people just ask questions, because that's how we all learn together. So it's the best thing in the world, in my opinion. So
I knew nothing about politics at all. Nothing.
And that's a lot of people. So, and here's the thing that I don't think that people really kind of get. There's nothing wrong with saying I knew nothing about politics prior to this. and I will say this with you, and I hope that you hear me when I say it, right? A lot of times we don't know anything about something until there's the potential for it to impact us. So what I have seen is I have seen more women become interested in politics since 2022 and the Dobbs decision, right? I have seen more white people in general become more interested in politics because of the increased attention on LGBTQIA folks, particularly the trans individuals, because a lot of them have, they have people in that community. So all of a sudden they're paying attention. And so when you see that, right, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, here we are. I don't care when you decided to, become involved. I'm just glad that people are becoming involved. What I would love for people to do, though, is become involved with accurate information. And so, like, we always tell people that they are, that people are not informed. No, lots of people are informed, but many, many people are inaccurately informed. and that's the thing, right?
A bad state, and I'm not kidding you. It's kind of opened my eyes. They just went on the local news, and they said that they're raising our gas prices so they can fix the potholes.
Yeah, see. Okay, so bless their hearts. So what people don't understand is the government can't, hey Juan Pablo, please don't do that. You're gonna get my live flagged. Please number one, don't spam my comments. Number two, do not call ICE the triple K, folks. See, you just got muted because you're doing things that will get my live taken down. Folks, listen, this is really easy, right? Nobody's using slurs of any kind. Nobody is going to be overtly disrespectful. No one's going to do that and you're not going to spam my comments because you will get muted or booted from the live. I have amazing moderators that are going to make sure that we protect the space. Okay, so let me show you guys this. Let me share it over here, and then I'm going to share it over here. So Jason, he's blocked now. What's up, Natalie? Good to see you. All right, so let me share this screen with them and then this screen with you guys. All right, so when people talk about low numbers mean that Trump was doing a great job, I beg to differ. And I will explain why I beg to differ. So I am going to flip my camera again so that you all can see I am on the Customs and Border Patrol website, right? So I am looking at total Custom and Border Patrol enforcement actions. These are important. So if your enforcement actions numbers are low, like they were in 2017 and 2018 for Trump, people think, oh, that means there's not a lot of people that are getting into the country. Well, first of all, encounters don't equal admissions, right? Enforcements means that you've actually kind of dealt with these folks, and the majority of them, the vast majority of them, are being turned away, right? If low numbers were great, how come they almost doubled in Trump's third year? Right? If low numbers are great, why did they go up in his third year? Now, 2020 doesn't count because of C-19, right? But I'll tell you why this happened. So how many people in this space are familiar with something called Operation Stone Garden? Anybody familiar with? Now, listen, if you're one of my subscribers, don't cheat and be like, me, because y'all already know. But if you're one of my people, you know what it is. But if you're not, and listen, what I'll do is I'm going to bring some more people up to the panel. Just do me a favor and put yourself on mute until I can get to you. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm just going to search for it while we are here together. You ready? So watch this. I'm going to do Operation Stone Garden. And then, Stone Garden, Jesus. Stone Garden. And then I'm going to do 2019. Okay. So
you got to box mute, she said. Mute your stuff.
Yeah. I need folks to mute when they come up. Thank you. Okay. So follow me. So as soon as I did this is something from Congress, right? And it's a grant program. And this grant program had a lot of different things. One of them was about the border. Now, what happened is once this program was done, it started out at something like 60 million. Now it's up to 110 million. But at first, you can see it's all the way back here, right? So what they found out was that in 2019, this particular grant program was not being utilized. a ton of money was given to the Department of Homeland Security, and what do you know? They weren't spending it appropriately. It was designed to help the border, right? And what they found out was that it was not doing. They weren't using the money. So see, the allocation was 81 in fiscal year 2024, 90 million, 90 million, right? But before, what happened is they were not spending this money appropriately, right? So in 2019, there was a clamp down on how they use that money and what they do with it. And that is why you actually saw Trump's numbers go up this year in 2019, because they actually started using the money to patrol the border and to enforce the border the way they were supposed to. And that is why these numbers went up, because we were actually encountering people. Folks, when you have a low number of encounters, that could indicate more gotaways because you're not encountering more people at the border. It's not like they just miraculously stopped coming. That's not a thing. What it is if you're not encountering them, where the hell are they going and what's happening to them? So there is a reasonable argument to be made that higher numbers are actually better, because you are encountering those people that are at the border and you are enforcing our laws regarding immigration. That's the thing, right? And so people do not understand that we can estimate the number of gotaways in this country, but they estimate gotaways. They count gotaways by like counting footprints and finding encampments, but the same person can find the same footprints and they can get counted twice. It's not a number that we know. What we know is that it's not a significant, I got you, Alice, it's not a significant enough number that it's causing damage to the country. So the other thing that I can show you, and this is the document that is within my link tree that I was telling you about, right? These are crime statistics from Customs Border Patrol, right? And these are talking about arrests with the term criminal non-citizens, right? There's another one that I put in here from the Brennan Center that you can find. All of this is in my link tree. And this is another one that's a DOJ study. What I can tell you is the percentage of unauthorized immigrants that commit violent crimes is 0.0029%. That's the number. Far less than what American citizens do. Okay. So, hopefully that helps just with an understanding of what we're talking about when we talk about border numbers and what the truth is. And so when people say things to me, somebody will talk about, for example, Laken Riley, right? Laken Riley is, let me just say this first and foremost. No offended asshole. And I'm glad you know how to name yourself. I've already covered the definition that the Department of Homeland Security gives folks. And it's, you are either a legal resident or you are an unauthorized immigrant. That's not my definition. That is the Department of Homeland Security's definition. So if you come in here hot, expect for me to cool you off. Okay. So give me 1 second while I handle things over here on this side. Woo-wee. Hey, Nebria. All right. So, does that make sense, Midwest?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So where we are today is we have an issue with our immigration law. Our immigration law is more than 50 plus years old. It's very old immigration law. We are not the same country that we were 50 plus years ago. And there are certain things, that need to happen in order for it to work effectively. There have been things that have been done, especially under the first Trump administration, that made it worse. So, and this is also in my link tree. So when Donald Trump took over in 2017, you're welcome, Des. No problem. We had a backlog of immigration cases that was 542,411. When Joe Biden got ready to take over, that number had grown to 1,290,766.
Wow.
Yes. And so one of the reasons, this is not the total reason, but one of the reasons that number had grown, in addition to C-19 stopping, cases and the judicial system, everybody knows that from 2020 to 2022, we had an issue with cases. So I'm going to give Donald Trump credit for maybe like the last 6 months of 2020, right? But when it comes to the rest of it, here's what he did. So how many of you all subscribers, you don't count, how many of you all are aware that under Trump's first administration, he actually changed the performance plan of immigration judges?
I didn't know that.
Okay, so everybody knows what a performance plan is. We've all had jobs, right, where it says you have to do X number of things, like in order to be considered doing your job satisfactorily, right? So he changed the performance plan. That's also in my link tree. You can click it and I will show it to you. I'm going to pull up one right now just so that you can see the overall bit of it. But let me get performance plan. Here it is. Okay. So what he did was he changed it. Not you pick me. I can't, y'all. Okay. So he required it so that immigration judges now had to close 700 cases per year. And of that, it meant that 15% of those cases could not be remanded to a different court. And then they had to meet half of 3 other additional measurements that were all at a performance of 85% to 100. So let's just do this. How many federal holidays do we have in a year? How many federal holidays in a year in the US? Because we're not the only country, right? There are 11 annual federal holidays, right? And if we take out, let's do 5 days a week, because immigration judges, they don't work on the weekend. So 5 times 52, that's 260 days that they would have to work, minus 11, right? And we're just going to assume that they're never going to be sick and they're not going to take vacation. That leaves us 249 days in which they have to handle immigration cases. If you've never talked to an immigration judge, I wish Rolo was here so that he could come up and talk about it, but they are very complex cases and they require a lot. But anyway, at 700 a year, you're literally talking 2.5, almost 3 cases per day. When have you ever seen an extensive case run so that like 3 of them could be done a day and the court still take an hour for lunch and all the things? It's just not possible, right? So here's what happened is when he changed this performance plan, we had over 40 immigration judges that left. They either left the immigration department in total, or they switched to another role within the immigration department because they said that's a standard that I cannot meet. I can't do my job, do it effectively, do it legally, do it thoroughly under that condition. And so we lost them. So that also contributed to the backlog, right? Wow. So it's very complex, but here's the thing. Number one, we don't have enough legal pathways to get to this country. Even the visa numbers that we have, we don't have enough of them available. We don't have enough staff to process the visa applications that we have. We don't have enough immigration judges by far, right? These are all the things that are contributing to this problem. Now, how many people heard everybody talk about Kamala Harris is the border czar and she didn't do shit? Okay, so let me help out with that if I could. So how many of you guys know that there is there's something called the American Presidency Project that's being run by University California. I think it's Berkeley. Give me 1 second. So I'm going to show you Kamala Harris border. So this was actually done. And here's what I love about this presidency project is they actually document. They have folks that are part of the press pool. So they are there to give briefings and document like everything that happens on those days. So let me just show you border Northern Triangle. When was that? I would say 2021, maybe. Ha! I love it when my brain works. Okay, so this is really cool, and I am going to share this with everybody. So,
You can say when your brain works. You are so educated and very smart woman.
well, thank you. Yeah, I said, oh my God, I love it when my brain works, because I was trying to remember which year it actually happened, because it's the press pool, so they document, and this leads to my frustration with the media, which is a whole other ball game, because the media was present at this press pool gathering in 2021. They knew exactly what she was tasked with in 2021. So why in the absolute hell are they promoting the border czar bullshit in 2024 when they were there in 2021 and knew exactly what she was tasked with? So let me share my screen again so that folks know exactly what happened. All right, let me make sure you guys can see it over there. You can. Awesome. So check this out. All right, so here we go. I'm going to take this down again.
You should call this page "Class is in Session."
Okay, so this is the American Presidency Project, right? It's oh God, don't kill me, y'all. I said Berkeley. It's Santa Barbara. It's the University of Santa Barbara. So this goes back like forever and ever and ever for all of our presidents, and I love it because it's a great source of information. Okay, so but this is the Vice Presidential Pool reports of April 14th of 2021, right? And so you can see this is Good Morning from the North Line. The pool is gathering ahead of her virtual meeting, right? And it's outside national security experts on immigration and the Northern Triangle per her published schedule, right? And listen to what it says. They pass along some background info in her role overseeing diplomacy towards Mexico and Northern Triangle nations. Vice President Harris will lead a virtual roundtable, Issues likely to be covered include the root causes of immigration, humanitarian assistance, economic development, climate resilience, transparency, and good governance. So when in 2024, when they kept saying, oh, Kamala Harris was supposed to fix immigration, no, the absolute hell she wasn't. She was doing exactly what she was tasked to do, which is address the root causes of immigration. Why do people come here? Besides the fact that, you know, we do have opportunities and things that other countries don't have in the exact same way, right? Other countries don't necessarily have freedom of speech, and we do, or at least we have, and hopefully we will continue to. Right. But in addition to that, there are what we call push factors. Push factors means that you live in a country where maybe it's economically unsafe or unsound. Maybe it is politically unsafe. Maybe you're being attacked because of, you know, your gender or your politics or your sexual orientation or whatever, right? There are many, many push factors, but poverty is one. Political instability is another. And authoritarian governance is another, right? So this is what she was tasked with. And look at the people that were there. You're talking about, this is a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress, which, by the way, I have a lot of stats from them up over here on this page, but we're not there yet. And watch me not be able to find the damn page I was just on because I clicked. There are a lot of tabs here, folks, a lot of tabs. There we go. Look at me. This is another one for Senior Policy Advisor for Central America at Oxfam, right? President of the Migration Policy Institute. This is the work that she was assigned to do. And the things that came out of this was she was able to work with people around the country to contribute $5 billion to the Northern Triangle. I mean, around the world, not the country, but to contribute to the Northern Triangle, $5 billion to stimulate investment and economy and companies and innovation. The other thing that they did was she worked with the prosecutors in Guatemala. Good thing about having a vice president who's been in the legal system. And she kept the prosecutors in Guatemala. She worked with them to keep them from overthrowing their election so that the country stayed stable. So when people talk about she was the border czar, they're just not accurate. And they have an aversion to facts. So when we talk about could things have been done differently? Yes. First, we could pass great immigration law. And the immigration law that was done last year, it would have done what conservative wanted to do, but it would not have been great immigration law for the country or for immigrants. And if people don't know that we need immigrants, you are sorely, sorely misinformed. Because if
I don't
we
know.
go
I
ahead,
don't know if it's with me, but it seems like Trump is just a fast guy. He's signing this, he's signing this, he's signing this, he's doing this, he's doing this. I mean, it's just so fast that my brain can't keep up with it. And I got a fast brain.
yeah, well, that's the intention. So if you know what they wanted to do, so I want people to understand something. There's not many laws that have changed. As a matter of fact, the only real law that I know Congress passed this year, and by the way, it was a great bipartisan celebration that people should be, it should be showing that Congress can work together, is the Take It Down Act. So it's about corn. Oh, I almost said the word on TikTok. Jesus. It's about corn revenge.
Corn,
Huh?
corn? You say corn?
Yeah, I said corn because you can't say it with a P.
I don't know what the word is.
PORN. Corn, but replace the C with a P, right? So it's about corn revenge. And so the law that was passed in Congress, it was actually started under the Biden administration, finished under the Trump administration. It was bipartisan sponsored, right, by a Dem and a Republican. And it's called the Take It Down law. And it's great. It's a great piece of policy that protects people from revenge corn, right? And it's great. And I'm angry that that the media and Congress did not make it louder from a bipartisan perspective, because it was started under a Democratic administration. It was completed under a Republican administration. It was sponsored bipartisanly, and it passed overwhelmingly bipartisan. Yeah. So what does it show us?
TV? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's when people take your stuff and like it's an ex and you break up, so he gets mad, and the very private things that maybe you sent to him or you all did together, and they post it on social media or whatever to get back at you. This is that Take It Down law, and now they can be prosecuted for those types of things, right? And so the thing about it is this was a really great win, and it demonstrates for us that this very polarized Congress can in fact work together if they want to, right? Because they did here. And that was just like last month that it happened, by the way, the beginning of May. So other than that, there hasn't been any laws. Executive orders are not laws. So nothing that Donald Trump has done with all these EOs changes the laws on the books. No, Lisa, they haven't. That is why he's getting his ass kicked in court. Because when they go to court, right, the judges go, yeah, no, the law says you can't do this, so bring them back, or don't do this. That is another reason why this budget reconciliation bill is so important.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What did you think about Obama? What did you think he did?
I think that there were things that I liked about Obama, and there were things that I didn't. Pretty much what I think of all presidencies. But one of the things that I did, okay, so I think with Obama, so I can tell you right off the bat something that I didn't like. I did not like how he handled immigration. Although he did it legally, the legal mechanism that he used, still, it was legal, but it still deprived people of due process, which I don't like, right? Even if it was legal, even if he found the way to do it, I still don't like it, because I still believe the Constitution says people should get due process, and they should, right?
You know where he came from?
What do you mean?
What state? What state?
Oh,
What
Illinois.
state he came from Illinois.
Yeah.
You know any history of Illinois though?
Depends on what we're talking about. Share.
The governors. You know anything about any of the governors in Illinois?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so I'm in Illinois. We had Gabloyevich. He ended up going to prison. We had Jesse White. He ended up going to prison.
Mm-hmm.
We have now Pritzker. I left for 6 years and come back, and the signs in the yards were blank, blank, blank Pritzker. But he ended up getting voted in again, and people think he's very corrupt.
And you know what? That's in more states than I would like to. Yeah, and Hawk just said Trump pardoned him.
Yes, he did.
Because Trump's from Illinois, Hawk's from Illinois as well. So listen to me, for the people in the comments, and I have to address things said in the comments if they are misinformation, because we got to be clear. So let me just read it to you for the people in the back who are fact averse. Okay, fact averse, because this will help you. Here's what it says. It says all persons. So it's important to understand what we're talking about and what semicolons represent. Like grammar is important when you go to read things. Okay, but let me just give it to you. It says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. Period. One sentence, done. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, semicolon, which means complete, and then there's more. And it says, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So when you say that unauthorized immigrants do not get due process, you would be incorrect, because the Constitution says any person. So you might not like it. You might think, well, that's not right. They shouldn't have the same rights as citizens. You don't have to like it. You are entitled to your opinion and your feelings about it. Holla, here's what I would like for you to do. Holla. Show me where the Constitution says accept illegal immigrants. Can you show me, Holla, where it says that? Because I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court disagreed with you. All of them. And this is what I want you to understand. All of them disagreed. A unanimous Supreme Court disagreed with you and said, in fact, they are entitled to due process. Right, Christar, it ain't there. Again, let me give it to you again. Here it is. Listen. I'm going to say it slow. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, which is freedom, or property without due process of law. So I don't know where you're from, or where you went to school, but where I went to school, any means any. Any. Not like who you think, not who Trump thinks, but any. Right? Like that's the part that's important for you to understand. Thank you, Linda Johnson. I love my moderator. She just snapped his ass right on up and said, "Do." And then DeBoss came right behind her, did the same thing. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I appreciate that. But so this is why. So listen, folks, do you understand? Okay, hey, thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. Listen, can I tell you all why they don't like for anyone, not just, you are correct. I am a fascist. You bet your ass I'm a fascist, and I would hope that you are too. Because fascism does not belong in the United States of America. I'm an anti-fascist. Anti-fascist. Jesus Christ. It's too early. I haven't had coffee. I'm anti-fascist. Let me just be clear. Anti-fascism. Jesus. Cam, it's too early. Okay, but let me tell y'all this. Do you understand why they do not want everyone, right? Anti-fascist. Thank y'all. Y'all laughing at me. But coffee time, right, Emily? Okay, but listen, do y'all understand that they don't want anyone to rely on their due process? Did you know that 95% of the people that go through the court system, 95% of our cases are solved via plea deals? Because if everyone said, I demand my due process, we would break the system. We would break the system, y'all. There's not enough judges or attorneys. And they want you to plea so that you can go to prison, provide some free ass labor for some damn rich ass corporation run by multi-billionaires and keep funding their systems. You have to understand this. They don't care whether you're a citizen or not, as long as the richest of the rich continue to get rich. And that's what the for-profit prison system has always been about. It is about our economy. It is about providing, right, the free labor for our economy. 100%. So, okay, you can hang up. You can stay up here for a while, Midwest, if you got time. You let me know whenever you want me to drop you, okay? But you can hang out.
I gotta get my baby up.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah.
I got my grandbabies over here, just hanging out.
Oh, yeah, I gotta get her. She's sleeping in. I couldn't sleep last night very good, and I know she didn't either. But I gotta get her going today.
Yep, I didn't sleep well either, and I'm letting the two oldest sleep in a little bit because they have physical therapy this afternoon. But it was a pleasure having you. You are more than welcome to come back absolutely anytime.
I'm very glad that I met you. And when I see you live, I definitely will come in here. Everybody knows me as Midwest down here.
Love it. Okay.
I appreciate your knowledge. The stuff that you told me, it gave me some knowledge. So.
Awesome. I love that. And when you have time, be sure to I'm watching. I'm excited as I watch things come over but yeah, so check out the link tree. All of the stuff that's in there for you to check out. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks. All right.
You guys have a good day.
You too. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. So, Mojave Mike, good morning. What you got?
Just here in California, pretty upset about what they're doing, but I feel like it's just basically a photo op for them to say, "Oh, look, this democratically run state is burning," basically.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and here's the thing that always I heard somebody this morning on another live, and they were talking about, well, they're damaging property and they're burning cars, and that's not right. And I want to say to people, have you? Sorry, I got a phone call and I had to swipe it away. But have you seen a major city after a Super Bowl or a sporting event?
Totally, and a lot of it just looks like photo ops. Like they're literally allowing people to do these things so that they have a photo op. But by and large, the protests are very peaceful, and there's nothing like that going on. And I feel like it's almost kind of like akin to them saying, January 6th was an FBI op or something.
Right.
Like they're literally just trying to create these photo ops for PR. Like, Mexican flags on burning cars is like just so almost too perfect,
Do you know what I saw today? I think it's an Australian reporter on TikTok. They shared this clip. Did you see it? So there's an Australian reporter. Yeah. So for those of y'all who do not know what I'm talking about, there's an Australian reporter, and there's a peaceful protest coming this way. She's reporting, and she gets hit, pew-pewed with a rubber bullet because, listen, they were firing in that direction. The protest was coming. Nobody was being unpeaceful. Nobody was coming for anybody, and they sent that rubber bullet and hit her ass right in the leg.
And not only that, but like the officer was facing, say due west, and she was south of that. And he literally just turned where he was facing at her, and shot directly at her, like it was completely intentional. It seemed, again, a gross use of force, basically.
Right, and then had the nerve to ask her if she was okay.
Yeah, all it does is hurt, right?
Right. Yeah, if you've never been, imagine a paintball, but much worse, folks. Yeah, much worse. And so this is my thing. So Mojave Mike, I agree with you. I think that you don't have to have a permit for a spontaneous protest. It's not like a march. It's different. And so it's not required. It's not required. This is not an organized event. Protest does not require the permit, right? A march does. It's a little bit different, right? So I think it's important for people to understand that. And so Mojave, you're in California. Are you in LA or no?
No, I'm north of there, but I just, in terms of just being born and raised Californian, this is my state, this is my home, and I just really feel that the sovereignty, they're always yelling about state sovereignty, and then they go and do this at just on a whim, basically, with no real, the last time the government asked a state, basically the federal government came in and offered National Guard without the request of the state was 1965. Like, it's been 60 years. And
Yes.
this did not warrant that. This is obviously just a PR stunt. And
Absolutely.
I think it's interesting how Homan threatened to arrest the mayor of LA and the governor said, "Come on, come get me."
He sure did.
This is such stupid, thing to say. Come and get me, and I think it's just kind of an interesting back and forth at this point.
So let me tell you one of the things that I think is going to, it's going to be one of the reasons that when California sues the Trump administration this morning, they're going to win. It's because the day before, on the 7th, the LAPD issued this statement. This is a news release that was issued by LA. So give me 1 second. And I shared it on my Substack if you haven't been over there to see it, but I'm going to share it with you now. And it says, June 7th, 2025, news release, Los Angeles Police Department statement regarding today's peaceful protests. Today, demonstrations across the city of Los Angeles remained peaceful, and we commend all those who exercise their First Amendment rights responsibly. The Los Angeles Police Department appreciates the cooperation of organizers, participants, and community partners who helped ensure public safety throughout the day. While today's events concluded without incident, the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully prepared to respond swiftly and appropriately to any potential acts of civil unrest. Our commitment to safeguarding the rights, safety, and well-being of all Angelenos continues day and night. We will maintain a heightened readiness posture and remain ready to ensure the continued safety of our communities. So when they filed this lawsuit in court, Humor, it's the same here. It's Nicole. But yeah, so it's my Substack is the Danny Cook. But yeah, so this statement issued by the Los Angeles Police Department is going to weigh heavily upon the court against Trump's argument that he had any reason to enact Title 10, because he didn't. There's nothing about what's happening today with that meets the legal requirements of Title 10. Nothing.
Well, I think it's interesting too how at the beginning of his administration he basically said, "Let's study, whether or not I can use the Insurrection Act." And I think a lot of people assume that's what he did this time around, but the Title 10 is definitely more gray area, and they might get away with it. I think they might.
I don't think they will, and I'll tell you why I don't. There are three reasons for to use Title 10, and here they are. So let me give them to you, just so everybody knows. The three reasons that you can use Title 10 are because of, where did this part go?
Minus the mental gymnastics we've seen some of the courts go through to justify what he's doing, but yeah.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, so here it is. So it says that there are only three circumstances under which Title 10 can be used. It's number one, when the U.S. is invaded or in danger of invasion, which is not a thing. When there is a rebellion or danger of rebellion against the authority of the U.S. government, again, not present, or when the president is unable to, quote unquote, execute the laws of the United States with regular forces. Again, doesn't meet the standard. And then it goes on to say that in addition to those three circumstances, in order to use it for those purposes, quote, shall be issued through the governors of the states. So there's nothing. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. I knew that a lot of legal scholars were saying there was some wiggle room there, but that sounds pretty straightforward to me. It seems you agree. So yeah, that's interesting. We'll have to see what type of mental gymnastics the courts will have to do to make this work for him.
Yeah, I don't think that they will. And I think that when you take Title 10, even if there's some ambiguity within that law, which they are vague in some ways, right? But when you pull out the pieces and then you add in the statement from LA, you add in the statement from Gavin Newsom and all of that, then it becomes what I believe to be is pretty clear. So give me 1 second.
What worries me about this is, he was kind of hurting with the whole Elon thing, with the whole tariffs thing, with, defying the courts. Like, it was definitely starting to wear on their approval ratings. And I feel like this is boosting could boost the approval ratings because, you know, Americans just are completely enthralled with the idea of burning cars and personal property damage and vandalism and stuff, and, you know, LA's on fire, which is completely untrue.
Right.
And it's really, this is almost kind of like a PR stunt, and it's going their way with, you know, the burning cars with the Mexican flag on them. And I'm angry about that.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I think that this is why people have to stay on track in terms of messaging. And this is why I think Democrats need to be smart about how they position things, and not be distracted. They allow him to pivot and redirect a lot, and they've got to be smarter about those things. And I will tell y'all this. One of my subscribers just sent me a note, and I looked it up. But the California city of Glendale has now terminated a contract with ICE to house federal immigration detainees. Local officials have said that the arrangement had become increasingly, quote unquote, divisive within the community, so they've terminated the contract. So Glendale says they will no longer take detainees. That's, that's going to be great.
I have one other question. I don't want to monopolize your time, but I have one other question. Is there any legal standing to the whole sanctuary city state thing? Like, is that bound in legality in any way, or is it just a proclamation?
You mean for states to be sanctuary cities?
Yeah. Is there anything legally binding there, or is it just purely just stance?
No, it depends. It depends on the state. So if the state legislature passed legislation stating that they are a sanctuary city, then absolutely there is law. If it is just a proclamation by the governor or whatever, then no. So it just depends upon how it was done for that particular state.
That's interesting. So what kind of weight does that carry if it is an actual statute enacted by the state legislature? I was just thought it was some symbolic thing, and then I was hearing that maybe there is some actual legal weight behind it, and I was just kind of curious if you knew or anybody knows what that actually involves. Like, is that anything that can be brought to bear in this situation?
Yeah. So there's a great article on the American Immigration Council. Hold on a second, and I'll drop it in my link tree as well. So it is based on, the premise that, listen, the federal government can't dictate to a local entity what they can and can't do. Right. And so it depends upon how they've done it. But let me just kind of give you what it is. There's no universal definition of sanctuary policy. So it's locally specific. And then it gives you like all the different policies that can generally fall into one of these categories, right? So they either have policies restricting the ability of the state and local police to make arrests for federal civil immigration violations, or to detain individuals on civil immigration warrants. They have policies prohibiting 287G agreements, through which immigration and ICE deputizes local law enforcement. They can prohibit that because local law enforcement comes under their jurisdiction. So there's lots of different ways that it can be done. And it outlines all of it. And maybe what I'll do is I'll pull together some of this and do a live specifically about sanctuary cities and the legality of it. So we can do that.
So just from a California perspective, I want to say that, I think the biggest annoyance with this is go do this where they want it. Like, we like our immigrants in California. They're our friends,
yes,
our coworkers. We don't want this here. This is not something we wanted. We clearly didn't go for it. Go do this where they want it.
100%. And just let me give you this. So, it says sanctuary jurisdictions are in compliance with federal law, right? So the DOJ had filed litigation to challenge sanctuary jurisdictions, right? Neither the Constitution nor any federal statute prohibits policies that limit cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. So 8 U.S.C. 1373 is a federal civil statute that prohibits state and local governments from enacting laws or policies that limit communication about information regarding immigration or citizenship. But the statute also prohibits restrictions on maintaining such information. But a number of the courts have found that Section 1373 unlawfully interferes with state and local authority. So I would say, yes, there's some legal meat and merit to it, and that's why it will be adjudicated in court.
That's great information. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate the
You're welcome.
conversation too. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome back anytime. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Hey, Mila, did you want this or not, sis? Did you want this? I thought that's what you came over here to want, baby. Did you want that? Okay, folks, when I bring you up, do me a favor and put yourself on mute real quick. You're welcome, Felicia. So I pulled up a couple of things. Holy geez, there's an argument happening on Facebook that I missed. Patrick Harvey, when President deported folks, did you think the same? So this is so funny. So Terry, let me ask you this question over in Facebook world, right? Why are you making a comparison right now to what Donald Trump is doing with immigration to what Barack Obama did? Because they did not use the same mechanism in which to do it, right? So did Barack Obama deport a large number of immigrants? Yes. Did he do it illegally and violate the Constitution? No. Right? Are there still questions about the legal mechanism that he used? And are there some people that are immigration advocates that don't like the legal mechanism that he used? Yes. But there's a difference between those things, but they are not the same. And so I think that's the part that's important. And what is very interesting to me is when people go, well, what about Obama? What about Obama? What about Barack Obama has not been the president of the United States for more than a decade. What is your obsession with Barack Obama? I do not hear you ever talking about, well, what about Nixon? I don't ever hear Trump supporters saying, well, what about Nixon and what he did? I don't ever hear that. I mean, I can't fathom as to why that is. The selective outrage is just crazy to me. And the irrational comparisons that aren't rooted in fact, just for me, demonstrates a level of prejudice. And I'm not talking racial prejudice. I'm just talking about prejudice, period. I don't hear you all talking about Scooter Libby. I don't hear a single Republican or Trump supporter talking about, well, what about Scooter Libby, who put government officials' lives at risk because he was pissed that somebody exposed them for there not being any, mass y'all know what I'm trying to say. I'm trying not to get TikTok in trouble, right? But I don't hear you all saying, but what about Scooter Libby, who exposed the identities of our CIA agents in different countries? I don't hear you all talking about that. Yeah, I know, Mojave. I'm trying not to say it because I don't want TikTok to get me, right? But I'm really interested as why all the whataboutisms are about people that actually didn't commit crimes or violate law, right? So under the Bush administration, we know for sure that Scooter Libby violated law. Why? Because he was prosecuted for it and found guilty, right? We know under the Nixon administration, they violated laws, right? We know that. That's why he resigned, right? And let me just say this. Had we handled Nixon appropriately at the time, we would not be here. If we had prosecuted Richard Nixon appropriately and held him and all of the people involved in Watergate appropriately, we would not be here. They would not be trying this shit for a second time. Just to be clear, if we had held them accountable the very first time, we would not be here. So when you want to talk about aboutisms, what I want you to do is to do them equally on things that are relatable and comparable. Okay? So if we're going to talk about somebody that's violating the Constitution, I need for your comparison to also be someone who is violating the Constitution. If not, it's not the same thing and we're not discussing it. Okay. Before I get to the rest of the people on the panel, I want to share a couple of things with folks just so that you can remember and why I believe that the state of California is more than equipped for the place in which it's at, where it finds itself today. And why I believe that not only, yes, Lenny Oliver North is another one. Not only did Donald Trump pick the wrong fight, right, because he's violating the Constitution, but I also believe he definitely picked it with the wrong state. And the reason I believe that is quite clear. It is because Gavin Newsom, immediately after the election, called a special session. Do you all remember this? November 7th, 2 days after the election, what happened? Governor Newsom convened a special session of the legislature to protect California values, right? So let me share something with you. Good morning, Rebecca Littlebird. All right, so here we go. All right, so this is from Governor Newsom's, the governor's website, gov.ca.gov. Under news, November 7th, 2024. And this is what it says. What you need to know. Governor Newsom is convening a special session to protect California values, including fundamental civil rights, reproductive freedom, climate action, immigrant families, and more. He issued a proclamation convening that special session of the California legislature to safeguard California values and fundamental rights in the face of an incoming Trump administration. The special session will focus on bolstering California legal resources to protect civil rights, reproductive freedom, climate action, and immigrant families. This is the first of several actions by the Newsom administration in partnership with the legislature as the governor begins shoring up California's defenses against an incoming federal administration that has threatened the state on multiple fronts. And this is what he said. The freedoms we hold dear in California are under attack, and we won't sit idle. California has faced this challenge before, and we know how to respond. We are prepared, and we will do everything necessary to ensure Californians have the support and resources they need to thrive. And then there are several other quotes for different members of the California legislature. Now, in addition to that, in case you missed it, yesterday, every Democratic governor in the state issued a statement. How many of you guys have seen this statement? So this is a joint statement from the Democratic governors on Donald Trump's use of California's National Guard. It came out yesterday. And it says, quote, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders in chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with a state governor is ineffective and dangerous. Quote, further, threatening to send the U.S. Marines into American neighborhoods undermines the mission of our service members, erodes public trust, and shows the Trump administration does not trust local law enforcement. It's important we respect the executive authority of our country's governors to manage their National Guards, and we stand with Governor Newsom, who has made it clear that violence is unacceptable and that local authorities should be able to do their jobs without the chaos of this federal interference and intimidation, end quote. So I think it's, I'm just telling you, this is kind of my, this is my take on it. I believe that not only is this the wrong fight, but I also believe that it is the wrong state to have picked this fight with. Having said that, I'm going to open the panel back up. Jen, good morning. What you got for me? Folks, when I bring you up, please put yourself on mute until I get to you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
So I was watching the news all night last night, couldn't sleep. So I perused different news channels to see what everybody was showing, and they're all showing the same stuff, which wasn't actually happening last night. The protest ended right around 9 o'clock. Everybody else that was out, they were just agitators. They were running around causing hate and discontent and all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wanted to talk to you about was I just read a news article, and I have to pull it back up again. In addition to the $90 million for the military parade, there's going to be an additional, at minimum, $16 million to fix the roads
afterwards, after those tanks come through, right? So
you're talking about over $100 million for a parade.
Give me 1 second. Jason Yingst, I've invited you to the panel, and I'm going to give you this one opportunity to join the panel and have a conversation with me before I mute you for lying in my comments. So if you want to have a respectful discussion regarding your claims and the facts about them, then come up to the panel and let's do so. What I won't let you do is continue to spread lies, not just misinformation, but absolute lies in my comments. So make your choice, sir. You've got 30 seconds to either join this panel, because I sent you a direct invite and I'm sending it again. You can either join this panel or get booted from the live. And it's not because you disagree with me. It's because you are lying in the comments and you won't join the panel. So, period. So, get on up here. Sorry, Jen. Go ahead,
You're
though.
all good.
Yeah. So this is my thing. When people talk about, what this finding abuse of waste and fraud and blah, 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 blah. But then we're talking over $100 million for this parade and fixing the streets, right? It's not a thing. Go ahead, Jen.
I don't know what road it is in DC, but that huge mural that was painted on the ground for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
They tore that up.
Yeah, I know.
So they spent more money to tear something up that didn't need to be torn up.
I think they painted over it, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no, I saw jackhammers in there.
Did you? I missed it.
They were removing pylons and all kinds of other stuff to open it up. They're just
Yeah, I know. It's just simply not true. And it comes from, I know where that particular thing comes from. But this idea that somehow this particular administration cares about waste and fraud is just asinine and not true, period. Because if that was the case, Donald Trump told you out of his own mouth, the biggest way to save the country money would be to undo Elon's contracts, period, right? But they're not going to do that. So anyway, just saying. Drewman, you're very welcome to join the panel as well. I appreciate you, Jen. You're always welcome. And I'm gonna head up to some other folks and address some things in the comments, but appreciate you.
Yeah, no worries.
So Jason, you still haven't made your way up. Terry, you haven't made your way up. Drewman, you haven't made your way up. And here's what I would say. For me, there is something telling about someone who can only spout off things in the comments, but can't join the panel to have an actual respectful conversation. Yeah, I know, Michael DeBoss. I know, I saw it, right? And that's an issue for me. Let me do Phantom real quick because I'm sure he's got some clarifications he wants to make for folks. I think so. What's up, Mr. Barrios? All right, Phantom, what you got?
Hello, everyone. There is one thing, Danny, you might have to reset your TikTok and Discord because for some odd reason it's not allowing people to get their badges. So you might have to resubmit that to connect it back.
Okay, gotcha.
But everybody else, make sure you tap the screen, get Danny to 200,000 taps before I finish this. Let's go ahead and tap, 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 tap. Make sure you send Gibbs your daily heart me's, your daily popular votes, and make sure those numbers at the top, you do claim those to help you level up in the live. And for those of you that are not subscribed and want to join Danny's Discord, in her link tree, there is a little robot-looking feature at the top of the screen that you tap on, and it takes you straight to the Discord. Once you go through the verification process, you will gain access to the non-subscriber side of her Discord. If you want to subscribe to Danny directly during that verification process, there is a link in there to subscribe to Danny directly to get you to the subscriber side of her Discord. And make sure you do fill out the secondary link that will actually help us connect your subscription to Danny to your Discord name. If you are subscribed to Danny, once she fixes her link on here, you will hit the star on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. And then where it says Discord, you would tap that and it would give you your badge for subscribing through TikTok. But that's
Thank
all my
you.
announcements.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Phantom. Yeah, and once I'm off this live, I will disconnect and reconnect it so we make sure the connection is good. Perfect. Thanks, Melgray. Appreciate you. Thanks, Phantom. All right, so folks, let me say this. I'm going to bring some more people to the panel. I'm going to do this kind of in order. I'm going to do Veronica first. I'm going to do the last second. Gina will be third. I'll bring up a couple of other people that are in the comments or in the queue. If you are wanting to be part of this conversation, right? If you have something that you really want to say and discuss, then I'm gonna invite you to jump on up here to the panel. We are gonna have a respectful conversation, right? There's no gotcha moments here. There's no arguing happening. There's no calling of names, right? We're gonna talk about things from a factual perspective, and we're gonna be respectful when we do. Do me a favor, folks. Do not call people names. I don't care what party they belong to or who they support, right? Just the same way that we don't do demon rats here. We don't do maggots here. We don't call each other names that way because it's not productive for where we need to go as a country. So I'm going to ask everybody to keep it respectful. You do not have to love each other. You don't got to like each other, but you got to respect each other's existence. Okay. So I just want to level set so that everybody understands where we are. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. Folks, when I bring you up, like I said, please put yourself on mute until I get to you. Veronica, what you got for me?
Hi, Danny.
Hello.
Hi, hello, everyone. I came up to make mention, just a couple things.
Okay.
I saw a YouTube video, like 5 o'clock this morning, because I couldn't sleep either, with Brian Taylor Green, I think his name is.
Brian Tyler Cohen.
Yeah, him. And he did an interview with Gavin Newsom.
He did.
And Gavin had nothing nice to say about DJT
No.
or Hegseth.
No.
And he made it clear that they would be filing a lawsuit first thing in this morning.
Yep.
And he basically called DJT a lie to his face. He said the conversation they had previously and what happened after that were two different things. And he did not bite his tongue. And I was like, wow, I didn't even know he had that in him.
Oh, I absolutely know that. The whole piece that is on Brian Tyler Cohen's page is about 14 minutes and 42 seconds long. He absolutely calls Donald Trump a quote unquote stone cold liar in that video. So if you want to check it out, maybe I'll play a little bit of it. But this is the thing that I don't think people get, and you bringing that up just goes to solidify the point that I'm making. Not only do I believe that this is the wrong fight, right? And I think the fight against immigrants is wrong for a number of reasons. Number one, violating their constitutional right to due process, right? Because the 14th Amendment says any person, right? So when we understand that, then we know that that's part of it, and that's a thing. I think the second part of it that I think is wrong is the way that they are doing it. I don't believe that we should be. What, baby? You want me to hold you? Mm-hmm. Well, okay. Well, hold on for just a second, okay? Because TikTok will get me if I hold you. You can't face it, okay? She won't take her little sundress off, y'all. Put her in it yesterday, and she's still in it. She won't take it off. But anyway, the other part of it is what was I saying? The first part. Oh, immigrants. So number one, violating the Constitution in terms of due process and the 14th Amendment. The second thing is I don't believe that we should be targeting school graduations, elementary school graduations where children are. I don't believe that we should be doing those types of things and traumatizing children and adults and the elderly. Third, and this is by far the last one that really irritates my soul, but economically targeting immigrants is horrible for this country. Economically, this is a horrible move for us because it is undeniable that we need immigrants in this country for our country to survive and continue to grow. By 2042, immigrants are going to be pretty much the sole contributor to our population growth. That is not Danny Cook saying that. That is literally, you done? Okay. Okay. So that is not me saying that. As a matter of fact, I can tell you who it is that says that. It is the CBO that says that. So hold on one second. Wait. I want to make sure that I get to the right. Hold on. Why we need, good Lord, y'all. I have so much stuff pulled up. It's not that. It's not that. Oh, nope. That's all Alabama. Oh, here it is. I think. Let me see. No, hold on. Oh, no, it is. Okay, I didn't lie. It is the CBO. It is. Okay, I love it when my brain is working. So yeah, no, it is. So the Congressional Budget Office talked about like this budget bill and why we continue to need immigrants in this country. So, and I'm just going to give you a couple of the highlights for those of you all who are anti-immigrant. It does not. Hugh, can you read? It literally says any person, and it does not say with citizenship. It does not at all. So you have to read and read to comprehend. You can't make it say what you want it to say. It does not say what you're saying. It does not. Hold on. So what are you talking about? Account not found. Oh, he's talking to somebody. Sorry. Jeez, oh, Pete. So let me tell you the use of, God, I'm going to end up doing stuff. Hold on. I got to do multiple things at the same time. So let me pull this back up. Okay. So I want to show this. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Good morning, Nance. What's up, Doug? Mila, Uncle Doug said hi. Okay, so I've shared this previously, but I'm going to share it again. And then we're going to talk about this, okay? Just for a moment. Because I need for whatever his name, Hugh, was that his name? The person who doesn't understand grammar? So, Hugh, I'm going to talk to you. Nancy G, they are. She's good to go. Okay, you ready? So listen, when we talk about the 14th Amendment, all right, the very top part talks about persons and naturalized and then being citizens, right? And then there's a period. So that sentence is finished. The next one, where it says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge privileges and immunities of citizens of the United States, then there's a semicolon. Now you might be wondering, when is a semicolon used? I thought you might, so I looked it up for you. So look, a semicolon is used to connect two closely related but independent clauses within a single sentence, right? So when we understand that, we know that this is an independent clause, and this, although related, is also independent. So when it says, so this section is not the same as this section or referring to the same people, right? It says any person. So when anybody says that this is for people who were enslaved, I would like for you to point to the part of the Constitution and the 14th Amendment where enslaved or slaved people are mentioned. Could you do that for me? Could you point to anywhere in this section or anywhere in the 14th Amendment where it specifically says that? Could you? You can't. And do you want to know why? Because it's not there. No, sir, it is not. This part is in reference to citizenship. This part is in reference to non-citizens and any person, right? This is why reading is fundamental. This is why, like, Reading Rainbow should come back. This is absolutely why we need PBS, Sesame Street, like all the things, because some of you all have, like, forgotten. You don't get it. These are, they are not the same things. Just saying. Where's Lamar Burton when you need him? Because I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, right? I'm sure you can Google it and find it on YouTube or something, and he will explain to you why it is not the same thing. Okay, he's reading somewhere. Absolutely, you should read with him, right? Yeah. So B, that's very important. So, can you explain to me B? Oh, just come on up here. Do you want to join me on the panel, B? Veronica, love, you got anything else about that?
I had something quickly, but it seemed like you got something else going on. Don't even worry about it.
Okay, I got you, sis. Appreciate you. Love it. Okay, come on, B. B, Hugh. Any of you strongly opinionated folks in the comments? Okay, B, I sent you a direct invitation to join the panel. I hope you do so. And you should. You have 2,000 some odd followers and you're following 2,000 people. So B, you should be able to just hop right on up here and have a respectful, fact-based conversation. You want to do that? You would, but you're at work with company logos. I don't know what that means. Do you have company logos on your TikTok profile? Because I don't think so. I don't see that as a thing. Right. When I look at your TikTok profile, I just see you with a little city background, like a little AI graphic generation. B, Banger 074. You don't got to turn your camera on. I don't need to see your face. You do not have to turn your cover on at all, your camera on at all. I don't need to see you. You can still talk though. You do not have to turn your camera on. Awesome. Perfect. Thank you for joining. Okay, B.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so tell me what you were saying about the 14th Amendment.
So, I mean, when you read the first section, it qualifies what a citizen is in the very first sentence, and then it tells the rest of the section here. You're kind of dividing it up to make it say what you want it to say.
No, I'm not dividing it up. I am reading the paragraph and understanding what the grammar in the paragraph is meant to indicate. And so the very first sentence, okay. Hold on for a second. B, hold on, because I didn't interrupt you. Okay, so the very first sentence says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, period. So that's a complete whole sentence.
Okay.
So that means anything that comes after that.
We don't want to run on sentence, right?
And I'm going to finish.
Belongs to that sentence.
So no, anything that comes after that is related in the conversation, right? It doesn't mean that it's the same as the original sentence. It means it's related to the subject matter that we're discussing, right? So it goes on, and then it says the next full independent clause says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, semicolon, and then it says this, nor shall any state. So nor means you can't do this thing and you can't do this thing, right? It says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process. So when it says nor, that's a conjunction connecting those two things, saying you can't do this to citizens and you can't do this to any person.
That's in the same section as talking about citizens.
No, sir. I'm going to try it again. Listen, we're going to talk about the sentence, and we're going to look at the sentence, not me. We're going to look at the sentence and its structure because this is really important. So when we look at this sentence, this tells you what a citizen is, period. Done. The next full sentence says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, semicolon, nor shall you. So you can't do this, nor can you do this, which is any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor can you deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So when you say nor, it says you can't do this, and nor can you do this, nor can you do this. Those are three separate things that you cannot do. And they are not tied to this first sentence, because the second, this one says citizens. The last two say any person.
Okay, so what about jurisdiction and subject to jurisdiction and within its jurisdiction?
Right. So what's jurisdiction? So if I live in a state, so states have sovereignty.
A citizen is subject to the jurisdiction.
No, so are non-citizens.
And any person within its jurisdiction.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing.
B, listen,
In my opinion, okay.
jurisdiction. No, we're not going to talk about opinion. We're going to talk about fact. So states have jurisdiction, and any person residing in that state is subject to that jurisdiction. So for example, B, when you go to a state that you don't live in, I'm just gonna guess that you don't live in California. Right? Okay. So when you go to California, you are not a resident of California, but are you subject to their jurisdiction?
I'm subject to their laws, yes.
Well, that would be because you're within their jurisdiction, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Citizen of the
So,
United States.
yeah, but it doesn't matter. You are within California, so you are subject to their jurisdiction. I'll give you another example. Let's just play along. Let's just pretend that you went on vacation to El Salvador and you are not a citizen of El Salvador. Would you be subject to their jurisdiction?
I would be, but I would have a passport. Yes.
No, but that's not what I said. Let's just pretend, B. Let's just pretend that you go to El Salvador and you're not a citizen of El Salvador. No matter how you got there, are you subject to their jurisdiction?
I would imagine so.
Right. And so what it says is wherever you are subject to the jurisdiction and equal protection of the laws, and nobody can deny you within your jurisdiction. So what it is saying is, listen, a state cannot deny you equal protection of the laws because this is the federal government. So you are entitled to free equal protection under the law and due process. And the state cannot keep you from getting due process, no matter who you are.
So just walk right in. Just walk right in, have whatever you want.
No, sir. We're going to talk about what we're talking about right now. Nope. B, I'm not going to let you pivot. I'm not going to let you pivot because we are not talking about, we are not talking about immigration status. We're not talking about immigration. We are specifically talking about whether or not the 14th Amendment pertains only to citizens. And I think we just agreed that it does not. Correct?
No, not really.
Okay, so tell me how it does. Could you show me? Nope. What I would like for you to do is point to me how this doesn't say any person.
Section 1, it qualifies it as.
There's no section. This is all one paragraph.
Right, under Section 1.
No, there's no section. So this is one paragraph
Section
with
1.
right. But listen,
14th Amendment, Section 1.
correct. And what does it say?
If we can't get past that, then we're not going to get.
Well, no, but what I'm telling you is that this isn't broken up. So this is all one section, right? And here's what it says. No state shall make or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor shall any state. These are three separate things that a state cannot do. No, it doesn't say to a citizen. So let me just tell you how crazy you sound right now. B, they specify citizens in the first part. No, listen, If the whole thing applied to citizens, if the whole thing applied to citizens, there would be no reason to have the 2 additional pieces. If this piece also applied to citizens, you wouldn't need it because it already says you shouldn't abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens. You would not need the second or the third part.
It just adds more to life.
No, sir, it does not.
It gives you more freedom.
So what you are saying to me, B, is that you are not going to receive facts even when they are presented to you.
That's like me saying that about you. I mean,
No, because I'm actually presenting facts and you're not. You're giving your opinion.
no, you're presenting your facts.
No, I'm presenting the fucking Constitution.
Okay.
So, like, it's not my facts. It's literally the Constitution.
You're kind of just being a little two-faced here, I think.
No, I think I'm kind of reading the Constitution. And you don't like it because what I'm showing you demonstrates that you are incorrect.
I mean, that's what courts are for, I guess.
And that is exactly why the courts ruled against Donald Trump.
I have to go.
Okay, well, you have a great day. Okay, I got you. Thanks, B.
You too.
Folks, this is the part. So listen, when you are someone like B, okay, the issue is the refusal to accept fact, right? The Constitution is not my facts. It's the facts. And that is exactly why the courts already decided that it says due process is for everyone. Good morning, Nicole Bell. What's up, Veronica? So, I mean, listen, folks, this is not hard. The only time it's hard, and you have to ask yourself, why you are so averse to fact. Because it's not hard to know that if all I was talking about is citizens, I don't got to say, nor can you do this, nor can you do that. And if I was saying, nor can you do this, I would continue to say, nor can you do this to citizens, nor can you do that to citizens. What I would not say is, nor can you do this to any other person, unless I really meant nor to any person. He can record all damn day long because all I gave his ass was facts. He can record all day long. Literally. And next time he could just save his time and go to YouTube and watch it there. Shit. You know, you ain't got to record while you're on my TikTok. You can go record on YouTube or Facebook or wherever you want to. Right? All right. So good morning, The Last. Thank you for your patience. What you got for me today?
I had quite a little bit, but I'm an observer.
Yes.
And they say a word to the wise is sufficient, right?
Mm-hmm.
So can I give you a little wisdom?
Sure.
I came up at 10:15. What time you got now?
Oh, I know what time it is. It's 11:43.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Time management. Because a lot of time people come up and they be fresh in their head with something. And 45 minutes is a long time to wait to, and life goes on. The sun will come up tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
What you're trying to do, and I understand what you're trying to do, but you're like this, and you stand in the building with a lease, and you got people standing in the which is you consider Constitution, and the people are standing in the building with cans of gasoline. They're trying to burn it down, and you're trying to explain the lease. What Donald Trump and his partners is doing, and it's hard to say, but it's the truth. They're trying to keep this country European or Anglo-Saxon. That's they're pulling in certain people and they're bringing in certain people. We watching that. That's why we are quiet. I'm 68 years old. I come through Jim Crow. I watched Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, and all them folks, and Kennedy, and all that stuff you mentioned about the Nixon and all that stuff you doing Watergate. But you can't reason with people that are unreasonable. And one thing I've learned is that when you see a person, nothing makes a person hurt worse than to be told the truth, because they can't accept the truth. Most people can't accept the truth. So when you start telling the truth, it's like pain to them. So a lot of times, that's the wrong thing to do, to try to tell a person the truth. I continue to let them live in that delusional till the truth catch up with them. Because me telling it to them, they don't value me as a person to have the truth. So, yeah, but, time management wise, I said, Paige, with you, the next lady, I didn't want to just jump out your box, but there's a whole lot of folks up here. I'm quite sure got some more important thing to say than me, so you have a good day.
Yeah. But before you go, I'll just address the things that you said. So you came up at 11:15, not 10:15, right?
I'm in a whole different time zone.
Right. So, right. Well, I just wanted to be clear for the people that were listening. You came up at 10:15. Hold on. I didn't interrupt you. So please let me finish. So you came up at 10:15 your time, and you got up here at 10:43 your time. So a little less than 30 minutes is how long you waited. And here's what I will say to you, that when I was talking to B, at one point in time, there were over 400 people in this room. There's 380 plus currently today. When I'm talking to someone, what I understand, right, is that there are more than just that one person here. There are many, many people who come into lives and they never speak, they never join a panel, and they simply listen, right? So my responsibility is to everyone who joins my platform, not just the people who choose to come up on the panel. While I appreciate people that come up on the panel, right, I say, when I bring you up, please keep yourself on mute until I get to you. I don't tell you how long that may be because I don't know. And if something happens in my exchange with other people that leads me in another direction where I have to clarify something else, or there's some other beneficial information, then I give it to them, right? Now, if someone has something else to do, then I respect the fact that they could choose to leave the panel, right? If someone knows that they have something really important that they would like to say, and they don't want to forget it, then I would think that that person would know, hey, I tend to forget things if it takes too long. So let me write this down so I can make sure that I say what I want to say, right? So there are all the things. Those are all the things that I would say to you about time management. I manage my time very effectively and my lives, right? Yesterday when I was live, I had over 8,000 people that watched this platform, and my responsibility is to all of them and not just people that choose to come up on the platform, right? And so that's the part that's very important. I respect everyone that joins these lives and that views this live, whether they come up on the panel or whether they do not. So, and I do appreciate you contributing, but what I would offer to you is it's oftentimes not wise to tell someone else how to do what they do all the time, and something that they're very successful in doing.
But you don't know anything about me.
Correct, which is why I'm not telling you how to do your business.
Successful in me.
Correct, which is why I'm not telling you how to do you. I'm just telling you how I do me and how I do my job.
I've been doing me for the last 6-8 years, and it's been okay.
Awesome.
But sometimes they see, and that's why I tell you about the truth. The truth hurt when someone is told the truth about something, and when you get that funny response. And I'm a watcher. I watch stuff. I sit off the side and I watch stuff, and I watch when people react, because people reactions speak louder than their words all the time.
Like your reaction right now?
Your reaction to me right now, you heard exactly what I said, and it's uncomfortable to you because it has an air of truth. And no, it's not just in Egypt, and I done been over there, so
no. Yeah, you have a good day too. But I mean, I don't know why you keep mentioning your age. So just so that folks know, age does not mean wisdom. You can be old and ignorant as fuck. Okay, I just need to be clear about that. When people say I'm X number of years old, it doesn't matter to me. I have seen people in their 70s. I just want to state for the record, the president of the United States is damn near 80. So we could all agree that age does not equate to wisdom, right? So when you say to me, I don't know you, which is why I didn't tell you how to do you, right? That's the part. I didn't tell you how to do you. What I said is it might be a good idea not to offer to someone how to do what they do if you don't do what they do. That's what it is, right? If you don't do what I do, you might not want to try to tell me how to do it. I know that that Greta's boat has been seized. I do know that. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. So, Gina, the veteran, what you got for me today?
Hello, my lovely, gorgeous lady.
Hello.
Miss Danny sent you a text with my phone number.
Okay. Awesome. I got you. You're on my list today. Yep. You are on my list for today.
Okay. That was all I needed.
Okay. I got you. Appreciate you.
The little old fella who was before me. Do you walk into other people's house and put your feet up on their couch and shit? Really?
Right. Yeah.
Because that's what you're doing. Nobody asked you to ask up.
Right. It just is one of those things.
And to me, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one that doesn't always mean they're right.
Right. Just saying. It is that. Let me check something out.
Oh, Kim, I'm almost spicy. Danny knows this about
Oh
me.
yeah. She is.
Danny knows this about me. I'm a former sailor.
Yes, she is. So appreciate you, Gina. I got you. You are on my
No
list.
problem. You forgot me, girl.
All right. Appreciate you. All right. Hughes, give me 1 second. I just need to check something very quickly. Oops. Lisa, I don't see anything about that. I don't see anything at all about your question. So, okay. All right. So, Hughes, good morning. And what you got for me?
I had to unmute myself. Figured you were going to do it.
Oh.
Good morning, afternoon. It's almost 11 here. So earlier we were talking about 14th Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we can go into the wording of it and the grammar and the semicolon. I'm going to say grammar for all the ones that were correcting it earlier. GRAMMER. But, no, that was a joke. But when it comes to the 14th Amendment, my belief is, and this is how I interpret it, and, you know, I can interpret the Second Amendment to believe that we need to be able to have the right to bear arms in a way that is compatible or comparable to what the military would use if a tyrannical government was to take over. We need to be able to have something that kind of evens the playing field. But others would interpret the Second Amendment to say musket loaders and cannons and black powder rifles and stuff, you know? So I think, you know, if you want to believe that's how it's interpreted, I'm not going to argue on that. We can agree to disagree, but it is what it is. And if the courts have already said, you know, they have the right to due process and all this other, then give them the due process. But where I get to with that is when you get down to the criminals that are being arrested for other crimes, knowing that they have crimes that they've already committed that are worse, and they're, like California, a sanctuary state, and they're released back because they don't have to hold them for ICE. That's kind of how they get around it. They don't have to just be like, oh, we got to hold you. They can just let them back out into the public, even though they might have been a, I guess y'all want to say, rapist, or involved in, you know, taking kids away from their homes. They let those types of people back out into the public, which does, regardless of what anybody wants to think, if they're not being, you know, you can go to jail as a citizen and you're like, oh man, I got pulled over. I got to go into a drunk tank. And I'm going to be out in the morning. But you got a warrant that you didn't even know about. Now they're going to hold you as a citizen of the United States. They're going to hold you for another county to come get you if that county wants to come get you on that warrant. So they'll hold you for that. But for one of these people, they'll let you go. And that person's back out there in society, making crimes. And they don't care. You know, you look at the protests where one of the individuals in there in your comment section earlier was like, so the way they're protesting is wrong. And like, yeah, if anybody can say that the way they're protesting is correct when you're burning and destroying other people's property, people who have worked for something, whether it be that car that they were circling around with the dirt bike and the Mexican flag, or whether it be buildings and everything that they're spray painting and all this other stuff. That's wrong because you're destroying property that's not yours. You didn't work for it. You didn't earn it. Why are you doing that? Now somebody else has to come out of pocket to do this, to come back up. It's not right. So yes, that's wrong. When you're attacking law enforcement officers who it's their job to be there, they're doing their job regardless of what anybody wants to say. If their job is to go get illegal immigrants, that's what ICE stands for. Immigration's Customs Enforcement. That's their whole job. They've been around forever. That's their job. Why are we out there throwing stuff through their windows? Why are we out there attacking them and doing all this other dumb stuff? It doesn't make any sense. It's violent. It's a riot. It's not a protest at this point. It's a riot. And when you're saying that, I'm bringing it full circle now to your point. But Trump picking a fight with Newsom, I don't believe this is a fight that Newsom's going to win. I don't believe this is a fight that Trump's going to lose. I believe the local government's responsibility is to protect its citizens. And when you have the mayor of LA coming out and saying, continue to protest, but at the end of it, say, do it peacefully. These people aren't going to care about that when they're out there. One, they didn't care about, getting citizenship if they were here 10 years. They had plenty of time to do that. They're out there committing crimes. They're out there vandalizing people's property. They don't care. So when your local government fails to protect not just human life, regardless of whether it's illegal or, citizen, regardless of who it is, it's not just that, it's property. It's what these people have put their life into, that's their job to protect. And every time we have one of these riots, you have all these people out there destroying everybody's property. And what do we do about it? We just let it happen. And, this isn't one of those situations. This is one of those situations where Trump said, hey, we're not going to have this. We need to go in and support these people who are being trapped, being cornered into these buildings, being locked into businesses. We have to go support these. And if the local government isn't going to do that, we're going to do that. And people saying just like January 6th.
Wait. Don't respond to the comments. Don't respond to the comments. I just want you to kind of finish what your point is.
He has the right to step in when the local government is failing to protect the citizens of the United States. California, as much as they might try to be their own little thing and sanctuary state and have all these crazy festivals where you have just wild stuff happening in the streets and everything else that they got going on over there, they're still United States citizens, and it is still under Trump's umbrella to come in and defend and protect those people. Not everybody in California voted for, Kamala. Some people did vote for Trump. So I'm sure, some people are happy over there. But a lot of people, you know, the ones that have the time to come on and film TikToks and go to the lives and be out there protesting. A lot of those tend to be the Democrats. A lot of us Republicans, we're out there working. I'm in transition right now.
So you're not working?
No, I'm going to a job. I'm coming from a job going to another job.
Okay.
So I'm in transition.
So
I'm
in transition.
I guess.
So what does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean are you going from one assignment to another assignment within the same job, or did one job end and then you're going to get another job, or you've got a job that you're going to?
I'm on a job working. I have to go get materials and go to another job.
For the same company, you mean?
For myself, yes.
Oh, so you work for yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I guess, so you have your own business?
Starting up, yeah. It's a work in progress.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, okay. So first I wanted to just share a couple of things and then I'll work to adjust because you said a lot. So what I'd like to do is just
I mean, a lot took place while I was waiting.
Yeah, and I'm going to address every bit of it, okay? So just bear with me. Here we go. Okay? So the first thing that I would like to do is share some of this with you. So this is 2010 after the Giants World Series. Do you see those people?
Yeah, I do. And,
okay. Wait, hold on, please. I'm not asking you to respond. All I ask you to do is if you saw them. That's all I'm asking for right now. I just want to make sure that you could see what I'm talking about. Okay.
Live, and the cops are trying to show us back to West Campus, but it's not working.
Tonight, a determined team and enthusiastic crowd. The showdown in Motown is over. The Detroit Tigers have
an enthusiastic crowd is how these people are described. An enthusiastic crowd is what the media just said about these folks.
I doubt it. There must be 50,000 fans down.
Look at this enthusiastic crowd.
Having a terrific time. They're going to be down there for some time to come. I'll tell you, nobody is going to move out of that intersection for quite a while.
Oh, wow. They're blocking traffic, it sounds like.
Moving west on Michigan. I do feel bad. I wish you would have had an opportunity to win this ball game and stick it out. But
oh, wait. What was that?
Tens of thousands of them stormed onto the field, began ripping up large chunks of the sod.
Oh, my God. They were ripping up large chunks of the sod. Oh, my God. Look at them. Hold on. Excuse me. Hughes, I'm still talking, please. I did not interrupt you, and you talked for a very long time. Excuse me. You don't get to tell me how I get to respond.
there were people standing and dancing on the rooftops of some of the buses on the street. We see an EMS.
Wow, tearing up sod and jumping on the roof and tearing things down and destroying property. Oh my God. This enthusiastic crowd that's requiring thousands of police officers. Wow. Sheesh, look at that. So that would be my first response to your discussion about property damage, cars. To any of that, I'm going to be very, very clear about one thing. Okay. I give 0 fucks about that argument because no one cares about property and celebrate and blocking intersections when it is a sports celebration full of thousands of white people. No one cares at all. It is the same way that no one talks about taking care of veterans. Not no one, but most people don't talk about taking care of veterans or the homeless until they want to talk about what immigrants are getting. They are not connected together. So I am so tired of people acting like they give a fuck about cars and traffic because you don't until it suits your narrative. And I'm just not doing that anymore. I'm not. I refuse to engage in that conversation because it is absolutely nothing but selective outrage that has no basis in factual reality. So I'm not doing that because if anyone was absolutely concerned about property, if anyone was concerned about riots, if anyone was concerned about those things, January 6th would have had not just the National Guard, but absolutely Marines, then those people would not have been pardoned by the President of the United States. If anybody gave real fucks about peaceful protest, you would be talking about that very real thing that happened in this country at our Capitol while they were yelling to unalive the Vice President of the United States. So I'm not here for the bullshit and the fuckery. I'm not. I will not do it anymore and act like it's a real thing. I'm not doing that. It's not real. I'm still talking.
All right, I get that.
Thank you. I'm still talking, Hughes, and I did not interrupt you, so please do not interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. I did not interrupt you. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not doing it. I put you on mute. I did not interrupt you, and I let you talk for a very long time. You will not interrupt me. Yes. Yes, baby. Give me 1 second and I got you. So I am not going to pretend like this is real outrage. And I'm damn sure not going to pretend like people in fucking Tennessee and Texas and Alabama and Nebraska give a fuck about California. I am definitely not going to do that because y'all ain't never gave a damn about California. Ever. Period. Ever. So I'm not going to do that at all, right? And when you talk about the few Republicans in California that voted for Trump, nobody gives a damn about the few progressives that voted for Kamala Harris in Tennessee. Nobody gives a fuck about the few progressives in South Carolina that voted for Kamala Harris. Nobody gives a fuck about the few, right? Nobody cares. So what we're not going to do is act like this shit don't exist everywhere. We're not doing that today. I'm not. And the only reason you went down this path is because after I dog walked the other dude with the grammar of the 14th Amendment, which, by the way, grammar is incredibly important when you go to interpret law. Grammar is ridiculously important when you interpret the meaning of law. And the entire court system, including the Supreme Court of the United States, has already resolved this issue unanimously, by the way, that due process is entitled to every person, any person. So we're not going to say, oh, well, you can interpret it this way. No, sir. If you want to talk about grammar, no, sir. Grammar is important when it comes to interpreting law and the Constitution. So, period. That's it. That is what it is. Next. Oh my gosh. Holy Jesus. When we talk about sanctuary cities, what sanctuary cities do not do is take people that have broken the law and release them back into the streets. That's not what the definition of sanctuary cities are. It is not what they do at all. And by the way, while we talk about undocumented or unauthorized immigrants, what, babe? Yeah, bring it to me and I'll pour it for you, right? So while we are talking about immigrants, immigrants commit unauthorized immigrants, right? They commit violent crimes at a rate of 0.0029%. I do not want to hear another word about unauthorized immigrants and crime. Not one, because until you take the rate of violent crime for white men, for black men, for all of them, until you take the rate of crime for American citizens and compare it to the rate of violent crime for unauthorized immigrants, I'm not hearing you at all. Not near one lick am I hearing you. Not at all. There is an actual database that is checked, and there's cooperation between us and the countries where these people come from, where we checked their criminal history before they get here. People need to understand the difference between encounters and admissions into the country, because they are not the same thing. They are not the same thing. What? Did you bump me? So it's just not true. We do not have some crazy immigrant criminals running around the country just taking over. We don't have that. We don't have that in this country. And if people believe that we did that, matter of fact, if Donald Trump believed that we had that, he wouldn't have hired their asses to work at Mar-a-Lago, which he did, by the way. Undocumented, unauthorized immigrants at Mar-a-Lago. So if Donald Trump believed that that was a thing and that they were violent, why the fuck did he employ them? Because he did. I'm just tired of this. We are not going to criminalize a group of people who came here, and the majority of them came here legally. And if they came here into the country illegally, it is a civil suit, it is a civil penalty of $25 to $250. Period. It's the same as getting a speeding ticket. So I'm not going to do this anymore, where we want to demonize and criminalize people. And you damn sure aren't doing it to the white people that are here overstaying their visas. You're not doing it for the white people here that are here illegally. We're only talking about the southern border as if that's the only border we have. I'm not. So I'm just going to say this very clearly. The 14th Amendment says exactly what it says. Every person, any person, has the right to due process, period. Immigrants are not criminals. No more so than American citizens. They are not. And if they are, they would not be employed the way they are, period. Right? Number 2, nobody is holding anybody hostage in California with the protest. Number 3, 2 or 3 agitators does not represent the entire process that is there. And number 4, on June 7th, the police department, the LAPD, said, thank you for having peaceful protests, period. Now, if somebody wants to get mad about immigrants coming here, then I want you to get mad about white South Africaners being brought here on planes at your expense when there is no G-side taking place in their country. When literally the week after they arrived here at your taxpayer expense, they had a damn farmers market and festival with white South African farmers every damn where. They're talking about ain't nothing happening here. Ain't nothing happening here. So if you want to be mad about your tax dollars being used on immigrants, talk about them white South Africans. That's what you can do. Because until then, we're not talking about nothing else. Now, if you would like to respond to any of what I said, you can do so.
All right. So first off, I said celebrations earlier, and I noticed your chat was having a heyday with that. These quote-unquote celebrations where you have people also destroying things and everything, I never once even brought that up. And that's not what we were talking about. But I don't agree with those either. I'm not a fan of that. I believe any destruction of anybody's property is wrong. And you should take pride in where you live. And trashing it is not okay. So, first things first, I don't agree with that. You were showing that. I don't agree with that. I believe it needs to be.
So can you tell me why the President of the United States did not authorize the National Guard for those things?
I can't tell you why.
Mhm.
And I can't tell you why we're allowing certain things to become a precedent to where it feels like individuals can throw stones and bricks through windows and of people driving down the road that are doing. I can't tell you why that's happening. I don't know why things are happening the way they are. I don't agree with it. They should have definitely beefed up law enforcement there. They should have, hey, we're not going to destroy our stuff, and stomped it out quickly.
Right.
But
So at that time, and I don't know how old you are, right? But so let me ask you this: since you say that you agree with it and you don't support any of that, does that mean that you also are against what took place on January 6th?
I don't believe that there was a need for January 6th to happen.
But that's not what I asked you. I asked you, are you
I don't agree
against?
with it. No, I
So-
don't agree with it.
Okay, so do you believe that Donald Trump?
Until my government is actively at my door attempting to do something with my house, because ultimately what I care about is my property, my house, and my land. Anything outside of that, I do take pride in my community. I take pride in my state. I love it. I want to keep it clean. I want to.
But that's not what I'm asking you. What I ask you
Oh.
about. So let me.
I know
I just
you're
want
asking
to. I
about
want to
January
restate.
6th.
I want to restate and clarify the question that I'm asking you. So are you saying that? And it's a two-part question. Are you saying that you are against the actions and events of the people, the MAGA supporters on January 6th, and the Donald Trump pardoning those people who were found guilty in a court of law?
Well, I mean, that's a new part of your question.
I said
but
it's a two-part. That's
am
why
I
I wanted to
against-
clarify.
Am I against the going into the building and causing damage to your Capitol building? Yes. Do I feel that it was called for in that moment? No. Do I feel that the pardonings of all of these individuals was correct? The blanket pardon of them? No. I feel like if you attacked a law enforcement officer, you should have been held responsible for attacking that officer. And the same goes with anybody.
So what about the beating of the police officers?
That's what I'm saying. Those people that were charged with that should have been held responsible for that and still be in jail.
Okay, so then let me ask
do I
you.
agree with everything Trump does? No.
Okay, but this is the follow-up question. So follow me on this, Hughes. Here's the question, right? None of those things have occurred in California. Like literally, the police, the day before this, put out a statement saying that wildly overall, this entire thing has been peaceful, right? Now, if the media chooses to use one or two moments of bad actors, right, to represent the entire thing, does it not matter that the entire LA Police Department, along with the mayor, along with the government, are saying, listen, along with the governor, is we've got this thing under control. Like our state is literally the size of other countries. We have it under control. So my question to you is this, right? If law enforcement is saying we got this, if no law enforcement is being pummeled, if nobody is running over police officers or beating them with poles with the American flag on it, right? And it's 400 protesters. They literally said we're fine. The question that I have for you is, why would Donald Trump go against his power? Because he legally doesn't have the right to do this, and we can talk about the law if we need to, right? But why would Donald Trump do that in California when he has not done it for January 6th?
Well, National Guard was actually on standby
But
for January 6th.
again,
They were there, they were denied, and this was confirmed. It
No.
was denied by Pelosi beforehand.
no, sir.
And
Nancy Pelosi
they
has
were
no
deployed.
authority. Hughes, I can
As the
literally
House
tell you what you're
Speaker,
talking
she
about.
does.
No, I can literally tell you what you're talking about. That's not a thing that happened. Nancy Pelosi has no authority where the National Guard is concerned. She cannot call them in. She cannot turn them away. She cannot do anything. There's an entire board that runs over the National Guard in DC. It's not true. Now, what's sad is that, because you sound like somebody that is reasonable, right? What's sad for me is that this is information that someone gave you and you didn't go further to look into it. The speaker of the House does not have authority over the National Guard. Nobody in Congress does.
But the documents were released. This isn't just
No,
he
listen.
said, she said, Fox News said.
No,
The
I
documents were
listen,
released.
and I will tell you what you have. And can I tell you what you have? Can I tell you what you have? What you have is the statement of people like Jim Jordan, who are diehard Trump supporters, who are telling you their version of events. You can look at this all the time, and I've done it. I can go and look at what a Republican senator has put out, very much so. And then I can go and read the actual documents and it not be the same. It not be the same. And so what's really important is to actually go and read like the actual transcripts, the investigative reports, not news, not even what Congress says, but like what's that? Because I will tell you what I did. I literally went to look at the National Guard for DC and who has the authority to activate it, when it can be activated, how it has to be done. All of that. I went and looked for myself because I don't trust the media because they lie. All of them lie. Hear me when I say that. All of them lie. So I want to know the truth for myself. I'm just saying, let me ask you this. Does it make sense that there are people in the building where you are that are running around calling your name to harm you? And you're like, nah, I don't think we'll bring in help. I'll just let them folks that are looking for me, calling me by name, come get me. What?
It did take time for them to, become mobile and arrive.
But
They
this
were
is
on
the point.
standby. They were there the days before. in
No.
preparation.
Listen, I will tell you this. Because, okay.
And
Have
they were
you
there
read any of the depositions that surrounding J6? The actual definitions, the actual depositions of the investigators and the people being questioned. Have you read any of those?
I have.
Can you share with me
Several.
which ones you read? Which depositions?
I can't right off the top of my head. I can't pull it up.
No, I'm asking you what deposition did you read?
But like I said, I can't right off the top of my head remember. I know that I've read it before, but there's no way I'm going to be able to remember that information right off the top of my head.
No, because like I can tell you, I read the deposition for Eric Hirschman, right? So that's a 220 odd page deposition for Eric Hirschman that I read front to back, right? I read it live on TikTok. So like I can tell you which depositions I actually read. And so, right, I read it to you all, right? So the question that I'm asking you is, did you read the depositions?
Have I read them all the way through? No. Have I read bits and pieces of all of them? Probably most of them.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you why I know that can't be true. And I'll tell you why it can't be true. Do you even know where to locate the depositions?
I'm sure I could easily find them.
No, but if you read them all, then you would know where to find them.
Ma'am, you're arguing semantics. at
No,
this
I'm
point.
not.
I'm
No,
telling
I'm
you
not.
that did,
I am
and
telling
you're wanting
the-
me to
No.
pinpoint a specific name or where I went.
Listen,
January 6th happened how long ago?
it doesn't matter.
How long ago did it happen?
So it doesn't matter. The question
How
is
long ago
this.
did the
So
deposition come out?
Hughes, it doesn't matter. I know where to find it on the internet, right? And so this is the question. So
I'm in your live. I can't do that right now.
no,
So
but my
all I
question
have in
is,
front of me right now is my phone with you on it, and
I didn't ask you to go look them up. I didn't ask you to do that, Hughes. What I asked you
you're
is,
asking me for a name, and I can't give that to you.
because here's what I tell you. I can tell you the names of the depositions that I have read.
Responsibility is your job. I don't know if this is your full-time job, but this is your responsibility to have this information.
It's
and
your
read it.
responsibility as an American citizen.
Yes, and I did, but I don't do it on a daily to where I have that memorized.
It's not on a daily. If you read a deposition, you would
I'm
know.
sure you did.
But here's
I mean,
my
first
point
thing,
is,
that's what I'm
if
saying.
you read a
have-
deposition, you would know. And the fact that you don't know, and I'm
I
not,
have read all kinds of books, and I can't.
I
tell
didn't
the
ask you about
author
books.
of
Depositions
every
are not in
one.
books.
I can't. I know, but I'm telling you, I've read books. Can't tell you the author to every book that I've read.
I'm not asking that.
But you're asking for the names of the individuals. And
No,
can't
I
tell
ask
that
you,
information.
I
I'm
ask
telling
you,
I
which
can't.
depositions did you read? That's what I asked you.
Yes, and I told you I can't tell you the name of it. I cannot tell you the specific name of the individual on it.
Okay. Well,
And I can't pull it up right now to verify any of that.
okay. So here's what I will say, right? Is that if you had read the definitions, the depositions, you would know for certain that you had read the depositions and the transcripts from witness testimony. So I can tell you where to find them. I can tell you, like, we actually downloaded them. My subscribers, we wanted to make sure in case they were removed from the website afterwards, after the election, we made sure to get the information archived, but we weren't the only one. Historians were doing the same thing, right? So again, can you tell me
Did they get removed though?
What?
Did they get removed though?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't gone back to look because we have them, right?
They
So
haven't.
my question
They're
is,
legal. They're going to be there.
okay, so can you tell me where they're located at?
I'm pretty sure I couldn't give you the exact location of any of them.
But you said you read them.
We're stuck on this, which I think is
We're stuck on this
extremely minor
because the
because
reason
I
we're
am
stuck on this is
I
because I know you're
I'm
not telling the
capable.
truth.
I am. I'm capable of going and.
I
doing
didn't ask if you were
research, finding it,
capable.
Pulling up the location, pulling up the depositions. I'm able to do that. I
But
can
that's
tell
not
you
what I asked
once I
you.
do it. But
That's not what I asked you. And this is the reason why. The reason we're stuck on this, is because I've done it. I know by your answers you didn't. It's the same way I'm a veteran. And when I'm talking to someone who claims to be in the military or to be a veteran, I can ask questions and I'll know by their answers if they served or not, right? It's because it's when it's something that you've done, you know, and you know what it takes to do it.
But it's something that was your job, or this is
No, it was not my job to
the
do.
Army- The Navy was your job, so
No,
whether
the
it be
Navy was not my job. I was never in the Navy.
Military.
Thank you. But the point is, so
you had a designation, you had whatever rank you were,
and
you
this
had-
it doesn't know it applies to anything. It implies to it's still there. Whoever told me my goal, it says 627 from 800. So it applies to anything. So I'm going to give you an example. I know how to bake a carrot cake from scratch. I know how to make the cream cheese icing from scratch, right? So when I talk to someone and they say, "Girl, I bake mine from scratch too," and I say, "Well, how do you do it?" Right? What are the ingredients in it? When they don't know the answer to the question, right? I know their ass don't know how to bake a carrot cake from scratch, right? Because I know how it is something that I do and I know. And that's what this would be, right? Somebody
competition though.
No, it's not. I don't. How often do you think I bake a homemade carrot cake? No, I bake them.
You have it memorized?
Yeah,
I know enough to know when somebody's lying. Period.
You had it memorized.
Yeah. So anyway, the bottom line is this, right? The bottom line is this. So let me just say this. I respect the fact that you admitted that January 6th was wrong. What I'm having a hard time with now is your inability to admit the fact that the National Guard was not called out with hours of violence taking place at the Capitol, and it was preemptively sent to LA against local law enforcement, the mayor and the governor's request, right? It was done against their wishes. The fact that you cannot state that those two things, right, should not have occurred the way they are, that's the part that bothers me, right? So he sent the National Guard there preemptively when nothing has, nobody has had a flagpole with the American flag beating the shit out of police. That's not a thing that's happened. Nobody is pushing through guardrails and pinning police officers down. Nobody has knocked a police officer unconscious. Nobody has given a police officer a damn stroke. Nobody has put a police officer in the hospital. Nobody is spraying mace in the eyes of police officers, right? Nobody's taking the police officers' gear and beating them with it. All of that happened on January 6th, and the National Guard was not deployed. None of that has happened today. And against the LA Police Department, the mayor, and the governor, Donald Trump sent them there anyway. Can we agree that that is not appropriate?
I don't know exactly. I know the mayor and I know the governor both don't want them there.
Okay, so can I tell you what LAPD said? June 7th, 2025. Hold on a second, please. This is the end of June 7th. Oh, hold on, just in case nobody knows what I'm talking about. Right here. News release from LA. Today, demonstrations across the city of Los Angeles remained peaceful. Hold on, let me make sure these folks can see it too. Today, demonstrations. Hold on, shit, I clicked the wrong button. Sorry, y'all. Well, hell, where's my page? Da-da-da. And there it is. Okay, here we go. June 7th, 2025. Los Angeles Police Department statement regarding today's peaceful protest. So this was at the end of the 7th, the day before Donald Trump said, I'm sending the National Guard. Today, demonstrations across the city of Los Angeles remained peaceful, and we commend all those who exercise their First Amendment rights responsibly. The Los Angeles Police Department appreciates the cooperation of organizers, participants, and community partners who helped ensure public safety throughout the day. What you want, baby? Okay, I got you. While today's events concluded without incident, the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully prepared to respond swiftly and appropriately to any potential acts of civil unrest. Our commitment to safeguarding the rights, safety, and well-being of all Angelenos continues day and night. We will maintain a heightened readiness posture and remain ready to ensure the continued safety of our communities. So that would be local law enforcement telling you they're good and everything is peaceful. They literally said without incident.
But that wasn't a refusal of the National Guard on their part.
Bro, they are not the people that refuse the National Guard. The governor does.
I'm aware.
Okay, so why would you expect that from them?
But if they did need the resources,
but they don't. They literally just said, we are good. It's peaceful.
That was before things went crazy.
Well, for fuck's sake, it was not. It was literally night before last. It was literally the end of the day on the 7th. Yesterday was the 8th. It was the night before yesterday.
It went crazy.
No, nothing has gone crazy. Nothing. And so again, this is what I'm talking about. This is when I have
look up business owners. Since you got that, look up business owner locked ICE agents in building in store. Look that up. Was that not a story?
Oh my God.
Did that happen?
I cannot.
Did it happen?
I couldn't tell you. So what does that have to do with the peaceful protests?
When you begin to corner these individuals.
No, what does that have to do with the protest?
It's no longer.
What does that have to do with the protest?
Because that's the beginning. Of
No, sir. You cannot make a correlation. You cannot make a correlation between a business owner. Here, I have questions, Hugh. Here's my first question. How did the ICE agent come to be in the business owner's business?
Probably serving a arrest warrant.
Probably there without a warrant.
No, they got warrants for all these.
No, they do not. No, they do not, bro. I literally know that for a fact. No, they do not.
Not for all of them. Obviously,
they don't have arrest warrants. No, they don't. And let me just be clear. Let me just be clear. Do you know the only place I can see any of this? There's not a single news agency talking about that. Do you know where I see it? I see it on somebody called the Robbie Harvey's Facebook. I see it. That's the only place. Can I just show you? Oh my Lord, sweet baby Jesus. This is hilarious to me. I want y'all to see this, that you can't find a legitimate news source anywhere that's saying this. Look, I looked it up. AI says multiple news sources say this, but then there's no link except to this dude's Facebook. When you scroll down, there's this dude's Facebook from 2 days ago and not shit else.
Well, that one right there has YouTube CNN.
What does? And do you read it? It says business owners confront masked agents detaining a gardener. That's not them locking nobody in.
I'm reading the links.
I read them. And that's my point. Look, TikTok said it and somebody's Facebook said it. That's it. It is literally based on somebody's Facebook account. This is why vetting information and finding credible sources is helpful.
Okay, so when that comes out as credible later, then we're gonna.
Well, Jesus Christ, Hugh, come back and hopefully that happens before Jesus does. Listen, I'm going to tell you what, the likelihood of this having happened and it not being all over the news is hilarious to me, because I'm going to tell you, if this is a thing, the Trump administration would have put it everywhere by now, because then it would justify what they're doing, but they're not. So by the time this thing becomes anybody's credible event, Jesus will have come back and hell will have frozen over.
And I want to go to the other points that we had here where you stated sanctuary states or cities. California is basically a state, sanctuary state. They do actually release criminals rather than holding them for ICE.
And they get a court date, which is what the same thing that Border Patrol agents do.
They don't hold past the release date.
Let me tell you the accuracy of what you're saying. Okay, so let me just explain to you. Yeah, because I'm going to tell you exactly what Border Patrol does. Stop. There's a difference between a criminal. Hugh, I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. Okay, so let me just tell you the deal. So here's what happens. If California runs across an immigrant that is actually like illegal, right? Then here's what happens. They do exactly what Border Patrol does. They issue them a court date for immigration court. It is a misdemeanor citation. You can look it up under 8 USC 1325. and then they are released the same way Border Patrol does it. That's what happens. They get a court date. Hugh, same thing that Border Patrol does.
Before. It's Hughes. Again, there's an S at the end of it. But that is due to a sanctuary state.
No, it is
Right.
not.
That's
That's their
their policy.
choice. It's exactly
No,
what Border Patrol
because
does.
If they get caught in Texas, what happens is they get put on an ICE detainer and they are held till ICE comes pick them up.
I do not want to even hear about Texas because Texas gets more money for undocumented immigrants. Let me be clear.
And a non-sanctuary. So
Hughes.
the sanctuary, that's what we're talking about.
Hughes.
The release of a criminal back.
Hughes. Texas. Texas is a state that receives more money for undocumented immigrants. I think it's like the top two states in terms of the money that they get, right? Here's what you keep doing. You keep jumping from this thing to this thing to this thing to this thing. And what I'm telling you is that it is a civil penalty where they pay from $50 to $250 for that civil penalty, period. That's it. And then do you know what happens, right? It's determined whether or not they're going to seek asylum, whether or not they have any other immigration status to claim, or whether they are going to be deported. And then they wait for their processing date to be deported. The reason I know that you couldn't possibly understand the immigration system is you literally said that 10 years, they've had 10 years to become citizens. Dude, do you know that it takes about 11 years on average to become a citizen? And about $20,000.
That I think is false. I've known a lot of.
Oh, okay. Can somebody go see if Rolo's available? Can somebody go see if my immigration attorney friend is available?
I mean, maybe in California.
No, he's not in California.
But I've known it to be 6 years, but they are working towards it and they keep their visa up.
I'm not talking about people here on a visa.
Yeah, but they have a visa, a work visa.
No, they do. So that's not a visa. They get a work permit. They get a work permit and an ITIN number, and they are allowed to get that after they have been here 6 months. Okay, well, think what you know. You know, people can come here on a work visa, but that ain't everybody. There are other people that come into this country, for example, seeking asylum or temporary protected status or whatever. And when they come here, Hughes, they, after 6 months, they apply for a work permit. They are then assigned an ITIN number, which is an individual tax identification number, right? And then they go to work. And those are people that are not here on a work visa. They are two different things. Thank you, Hawk. Thank you.
Correct or wrong,
Hawk.
It's their responsibility at that point that they are issued that number to
Dear
keep
God.
up with it, make sure that it doesn't go under. And now that they are again,
You don't understand the difference between visa and being here a different way.
I do.
Explain it to me then. Can you tell me? I don't care where you live.
All around me, whether it be
I don't care.
construction and everything else. I know you don't care, but I'm
Because
telling
you still don't know what you're
I
talking
see
about.
it. I know what they have to work here.
Really? Okay, so tell me what they have to do to work here. Tell me what they do to work here.
Why? You just listed it. You literally just
Yeah,
listed
but
it.
that's not the same when you're here on a work visa. That's not the same as when you're here on a
They
work
come here
visa.
on a work visa. They applied for a visa to come here and then work.
No, sir. That's called oh my sweet baby Jesus.
So what is that called?
Bro, work visas are not the same process that I just explained to you. People that come here on a work visa,
Still have to apply for a
and you apply for a visa when you're in the fucking other country. You do not get here. You do not get here and apply for a work visa, Hughes. You apply for a work visa when you are somewhere else. You apply for a work permit when you've been here for 6 months.
Yes, we are.
And that is two separate things.
Yes.
Which
It's
you
both
told me
of
no
them have
earlier
the
it wasn't.
responsibility, whether it be a work visa or a work permit, to keep up and maintain the work permit or work visa.
What do you do? What do you mean? What do you do to maintain a work permit? Please tell me.
You have to reapply for it.
In what way?
Correct. Correct. You laugh about it.
Yes, because you don't know.
I don't know.
Jesus.
I'm gonna go a little bit further, right? Where,
okay.
This is pretty much going to be the end of it because
I hope so, dear God.
So multiple times through your celebration topic and other topics, whether it be January 6th and everything else, you brought up whites and color. Not once did I bring up color or nationality of any of the individuals I'm talking about.
Nationality is not the same thing as race.
Immigration.
And when you talk about citizens, you are talking about.
Because we have different people coming from different places.
But when you talk about citizens, you are talking about nationality. Just so we're clear. When you keep talking about citizens, you are talking about nationality.
Nationality.
Yes,
Hispanic Mexicans are nationality. That's what I'm talking
about. No, that's ethnicity.
Nationality.
Ethnicity. Hispanic.
Mexico is a nation.
I know that. You said Hispanic, did you not?
Nationality.
Did you say Hispanic?
I said Hispanic Mexican.
And that's Hispanic is ethnicity. Not all Hispanics are Mexican.
You have Honduran, you have El Salvadorians, you have Venezuelans, you have all different kinds.
Hispanic is ethnicity.
Mexico, Mexicans, nationality, okay?
When you say citizens, you're talking nationality.
But not once did I bring up the color of an individual's skin or the nationality of where they came from.
So what? I don't care.
You made that a racist thing.
No, I didn't. Let me just say this.
To me, at that point, when you said nobody cared, and I put this in quotes because I'm going to take notes. I'm going to,
be my guest. Bro, this is recorded. So
out there doing celebrations.
Correct.
How many white men do you know that are celebrating NBA championships?
I didn't ask you that.
There are a lot of white men.
I didn't ask you that.
Would you say that
okay, babe,
that would be a white man's sport because you wanted to bring up color?
Okay, so Hugh, let me address what you said. Don't tell me no. I'm going to address what you said. Damn, bro. Here's the thing. This is what's hilarious to me. When you bring up race, you did make a heart. I love it. Good job. When you bring up race, that does not make it racism. You can talk about race without making it racist, right? We do it all the time.
Racist rhetoric.
Right. So no, pointing out. So let me be clear, Hughes. When you point out the demographics that are participating in a particular event, that is not racist. That is a fact. For example, January 6th was predominantly white. That ain't racist to say. It's a fucking fact.
Why does color matter, though?
Because it does. Because you do not see these same types of activities happening when it is white people. That's what I'm saying to you. You do not see the National Guard being deployed in advance of some shit against white people. That's why it matters. And I can actually show you statistics. I can actually show you the statistics to back up what I'm saying. Right?
ATF came in.
And that was not preemptive, son. Do you know how long it took for them to even go to Waco? So tell me this. This is just my thing. So can you tell me where you have found any immigrants with a fucking stockpile of grenades and all kinds of pew-pews of all kinds where they're breaking federal law when it comes to that? Can you tell me where immigrants are doing that? Can you show me one single immigrant compound that's breaking ATF laws? Can you show me that anywhere?
I ain't gonna say
because the National Guard was not brought in for them. That was the FBI and that was ATF, bro.
I live in Texas. We got a lot of.
I don't give a shit where you live.
All right.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't do this on a whim and just spit out shit I don't know. I know exactly. Do you know why Waco was such a clusterfuck? Because it wasn't supposed to be done the day it was done and the time frame that it was done. But they pushed forward anyway. That is exactly why Waco turned into the clusterfuck that it did.
You said you didn't see it with white people, so I gave you an example.
No, because that were they protesting? Is that people protesting? Is Waco people protesting? Nope. Nope, they weren't. Nope. Nope, they had a compound full of illegal contraband, bro. I'm not doing that. Like I already told you, I'm not doing this bullshit where we take fucking pineapples and compare them to squirrels. I'm not doing that. It's not even a fucking fruit. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not. I'm not doing it, Hughes. I ain't doing it. If you want to talk about that, can we? Okay, so let's play your game. Let's play your game. I'll play your game. I'll play your game. Could you please explain to me the difference between Waco and the Black Panthers?
I'm going to say for the most part, Waco was in their own little land, doing their own little thing, got fucked up, and then Black Panthers were kind of out and about doing their own little thing.
What were they doing?
Got fucked up.
What were Black Panthers doing? What were they doing? What was the main focus? What did the Black Panthers do exactly?
Well, I mean, the main focus of a lot of those organizations back then was to, support rights of these individuals.
So again, I'm asking you specifically, not for a generality. I'm asking you specifically, yeah, I did. This is the question that I asked. What was the main focus of the Black Panther Party? That's what I asked you.
I have to give you a general answer to that because you're not giving me a specific event to what they went to and what they,
So let me tell you what their programs were. They're called survival programs, and they address the immediate needs like food, clothing, and healthcare. So they had a free breakfast program. They had sickle cell testing. They had a free food program, and they had health clinics, and they had the Black Student Alliance, and they had free healthcare, and they had seniors against fearful environment, right? So to protect seniors that were in places where they weren't safe. They developed community learning centers. They said housing, justice and affordable housing. So those are the things that the Black Panther Party did. That's what the Black Panther Party did. They were not stockpiling illegally. That's not what they were doing. Everything that they owned legally. Everything.
I said rights and needs. You said it was a general description. You just gave a more detailed description.
No. No. Again. And what need was Waco fulfilling? Please tell me.
Their own.
Well, what did they do for their community? Water Lady, you had no idea they did that? Yeah, they did. Listen, they did their main focus was for the empowerment and the embetterment of the community. That is what they did. That is their primary focus. What people did not like, particularly the people in government who were white, which is why you saw the FBI violating their civil rights, right? And wiretapping them and all types of things, right? Exactly, Stacey D. The reason they didn't like it is because those Black people owned their pews legally. And that is exactly why you started to see legislation about who could own them and who couldn't. So anyway, listen, Hugh, we can go round and round and round and round. What I will tell you is I have yet to find a subject that we have discussed where you either know more detail or more accurate detail about the subject than I do. And I have not found you to be able to demonstrate effectively absolutely any fact that differs from what I've said. Not one.
Well, I mean, I definitely differed from you. And again, it's easy to have a computer up in front of you and be able to pull up the information. And
I pull it up so that people can see it. But do you notice I brought it up? I don't bring it up unless I know. So let me just be.
And you show me, we talk about it.
Right, because I know what I'm talking about.
That is a moderate debate where you can actually go back and forth and debate a topic and educate one another. But you want to sit here and you want to say things like, you don't know what you're talking about.
Because you don't.
I do know what I'm talking about, ma'am. Do I have the ability
Hughes.
to pull up the information that you have in front of you right now to where I can read off and say exactly what you're saying
Hughes.
or argue any point with facts. You're not pulling up all the things.
Listen,
Where
when
I
you
say
first
pull
came
up,
up here, Hughes, when you first joined my panel, hold on one second. When you first joined my panel, I let you talk for a good 5 to 7 minutes and I didn't say a word. And I listened to every claim that you made. I listened to you make a claim about immigrants and violence. I listened to you make claims about sanctuary cities. I listened to you make claims about what is or isn't happening in LA. I listened to all of those things that you said. And when I speak, the reason why I can pull things up is because I like to show people the facts of what I'm talking about. Now, here's the key. If I didn't know what the Black Panther Party had done, I wouldn't have said to you, okay, let's play your game. What's the difference between Waco and the Black Panther Party, right? I wouldn't have said that because I wouldn't have fucking known. But I said it because, well, why did you bring up Waco?
Well, you said white people.
So you brought up Waco, and I said, okay, cool. You want to talk about white people in Waco? I'm going to bring up Black people. Right. That's what we did. Because here's what I said to you.
To where white people
because it is the fact.
You brought up Black
because
Panther
it is a fact. And you felt somehow attacked when I pointed out, here's what you didn't like, Hughes. I showed you videos of extreme riots in the street after sporting events being conducted primarily by white people. And when I point out, dear God, please stop. When I point out that the response for those people, just like the response from January 6th, which was also predominantly white, right? You don't like it. You feel like that's racist. But the
people go look at those videos and tell me it's predominantly white in those crowds.
And do you know why? And here's the thing. And let me tell you, but what's the source of it? It's about brown people.
News videos.
But did you?
No, not the riots in LA right now. I'm talking about the sporting event riots.
Oh my sweet. Which is the point. The point is the National Guard was not brought out.
Predominantly white.
Because they were.
Was it predominantly white?
Well, for fuck's sake, I got eyes and I can see it.
Go use your eyes.
I did.
I did. You're making it into a race thing.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm not. You made it a race thing because you called me racist.
When you brought up white, you pushed a color.
No, I didn't. Saying that a particular group of people at an event were white is not making it about race. It is pointing out the fucking fact. You don't like the fact. And do you want to know why that bothers you? It bothers you because nobody ever talks about white people as white people. That's the problem.
It bothers me because it is a constant agenda.
No, it is not. It bothers you because it's the truth.
No.
Yeah, it is.
If you want a country to be whole, what do?
You don't deport. You don't push an agenda talking about DEI. You don't talk about DEI, woke, and critical race theory. You don't rename all of our naval ships in our museum where we had civil rights leaders. You don't go after organizations that teach historical accuracy from different perspectives. That's what you don't do. Let me ask you this. Do you know what Stephen Miller is? Like literally what his beliefs are? You tell me. I know what woke is.
Okay. Was woke trans and all these other things?
I'm asking you, what is woke?
I'm telling you. I'm asking you. You're not going to flip it back on me. I asked the question. You tell me.
Yeah, but I already know what woke is. I don't have to tell you. Do you know what it is?
Why are you refusing to say it?
Because I don't have to answer you. I know what it is. You tell me what woke is. No, I'm not the one talking about people being woke. You are. The Trump administration is. What? And listen to what I said. If you hadn't been trying to overtalk me, you would have heard what I said. So I'm going to say it again. Here's what you said. You said, if you want the country to be whole, what do? And I said, what you don't do is say things like DEI, woke, critical race theory. I said, what you don't do is start renaming monuments and naval ships for civil rights leaders for white people. What you don't do, right, is start to do those things if you want a nation to be whole. What you don't do is target universities who are diverse and who teach history from many different human perspectives. That's what you don't do. If you want the country to be whole, you do not attack particular segments of the population. You don't tell people, I got you.
What you don't do is you don't look at an individual and immediately point out their color. What you do is you look at that individual and you say, this is what that individual is doing. You look at that individual and you say, this is this, and it's not immediately white, black, brown, or yellow, whatever people want to say.
Okay, well, listen, if you don't like, so let me ask you this.
Division when the media and
no.
Like you and everybody else wants
No,
to
sir.
point out white, black, and everything else.
No, sir, it is not. Let me ask you, can I ask you a question? May I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do you know who Lee Atwater is?
Name sounds really familiar.
But do you know who he is?
Sounds really familiar. I'm pretty sure if you said something, I might, but.
He was a Republican political consultant.
No.
No? Okay.
I've
So,
heard the name, but I don't know.
okay. Are you familiar with
And I am colorblind to your chat, by the way.
I mean, I don't care. Listen, I'm talking to them. So, are you familiar with the Southern Strategy?
Nope.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm going to play a recording of Lee Atwater when he's being interviewed. For TikTok and YouTube, for Facebook and YouTube, I'm going to share my screen so that you can see it.
Small, tiny white man with long hair?
No.
Okay, I just saw a video the other day of some small, tiny white man with long hair, and I don't know what his name is, but
no,
he's about 5'2".
That's not who this is at all. So here's what I'm going to do. All right, so I'm going to share with you. I'm going to flip my camera for just a moment so that you can see it. I'm not going to leave my camera flipped because YouTube gets mad at me. TikTok gets mad at me when I do that. But so this is Lee Atwater's interview in 1981 when he was working in Ronald Reagan's White House. The total thing is 42 minutes. But this is the interview. I just want you to see where I'm playing it from. And you can look at the transcript. This is also in my link tree. So when you ask me, why do I talk about race when I'm talking about politics, right? I'm going to share with you why. Because this is the deal. Sweet Candy, Jesus ain't coming. And you wouldn't know if he was because the Bible says nobody will know the day or the hour. So please get away from me with that madness. All right, so here we go. The question that he is being asked, like I said, the link is in my link tree. The question that he is being asked is, how does the Republican Party win the votes of racists without sounding racist themselves? You guys make sure that you protect the live and talk about your fruits in the TikTok shop. And now I'm going to push play. Here we go.
Here's how I would approach that issue as a statistician or a political scientist, or no, as a psychologist, which I'm not, is how abstract you handle the race thing. In other words, you start out, and now y'all don't quote me. You start out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By 1968, you can't say nigger. That hurts your backfire. So you say stuff like force busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you get so abstract now, you're talking about cutting taxes and all of these things you're talking about are totally economic things, and the byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than white. And subconsciously, maybe that is part of it. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that if it is getting that abstract and that coded, that we're doing away with the racial problem one way or the other. You follow me? Because obviously sitting around saying we want to cut taxes, we want to cut this, and we want is much more abstract than even the busing thing. and a hell of a lot more abstract than nigger, you know. So any way you look
As
at
he
it,
chuckles.
race is coming on the back.
As he chuckles, ha ha ha, it's a hell of a lot more abstract than inward. When you talk to me about talking about race, hold on, let me finish, please. So I need you to understand something. I'm a veteran.
Okay, cool.
And the first time I heard this video, this was the realization that I had. I had the realization that after my father, who is Black, served, and while my father, who is Black, served 2 tours in Vietnam. After my brothers served, after I served, all the while, there was an intentional strategy by the Republican Party to win the votes of racists and try not to sound racist themselves. And in the beginning, in the 50s, they could get away with saying N-word. But by the time you get to 1968 and the Civil Rights Act has passed and the Fair Housing Act has passed, you can't say that anymore, right? We've now got integration. We've now got marriage legalized between people of different races. Interracial marriage is now legal as of 1967, right? So they can't say that. So then they start appealing to white people that are mad because they're having to integrate when they start saying things like forced busing and states' rights, right? And then when you get into the late 80s and the early 90s, they start using words like super predator and thugs. You get into this time frame and they're using words like critical race theory, DEI, and woke. It is the same strategy with different wording to mean the same thing. And you don't hear it because most of the time when we talk about people in this country, white people are the default. And I'm going to give you an example, Hughes, and I hope that you really do hear me when I say this, okay? If you read a news article and the article is just about white people, all the news article says is the man walked down the street and the woman was attacked. And that's all you hear is man and woman. But when the article includes people of color, then you hear that it's a Black man or an African-American man or an Asian man or a Hispanic man or a Mexican man or whatever. You only hear the identifiers when it pertains to us. So when I say white people, you automatically feel uncomfortable because you're not used to being called white. You're not used to hearing white American because you're just an American. By default, American means white, right? And that is why, listen, and Hughes, I really don't need you to respond to me. I am offering you this, and I am asking you to just sit with this for a minute. And all I want you to do is when you start to read articles, when you go to read a magazine, all I want you to do is to pay attention. All I want you to do is to pay attention when the color of the person is identified. And what you will see is that it is when Black people or brown people are involved. If we are not involved, it's just man and woman. It's just girl and boy. It's just children and adults. It is only when we are involved that distinction is had. And that is why when people say, listen, it didn't happen because it was a bunch of white people, it feels weird because white people are used to being just the default. They're the people.
No, I think it.
Well, for fuck's sake.
I think, and this is.
I don't care what you think.
I don't think I know. When it comes to this rhetoric, whether it be you saying white people, yes, I'm white. Yes, they were white. Yes, you're Black. Yes, whatever. When it comes to this rhetoric, I said the news pushes this rhetoric where it separates and points out color first. And it is a constant issue. My issue isn't that you said white. My issue is that you made it a color designation.
Bro, you literally said I made it racist when I said white. You literally said I made it racist.
because you pointed out the
Can I,
color.
Hughes, can I ask you a question? Who owns the media?
A lot of wealthy people.
What color are they wealthy people?
I have no idea.
I do.
And they all
I know what color they are. Can you tell me
No.
predominantly? Hold on. Can you tell me predominantly what is the political affiliation of the people who own the majority of the media?
couldn't tell you.
Okay.
I
Well,
promise.
what I can tell you is go find out.
I would say Democrat if I had to guess.
Well, you would be extremely wrong. You
I'm
would be
shocked.
wrong.
With how many news
They are
outlets-
Republican and they are white.
With how many news outlets push.
Do you
a
know
liberal-
do you know that only 5 companies in this country, 5 companies control more than 80% of our media, mainstream media in this country? 5 parent companies. Did you know that, Hughes?
No, I don't care about the news that
Well,
much.
you don't
I'm
have to
saying-
care about the news because the news is not perpetuating the unaliving of your people. The news is not perpetuating that your children are dangerous and need to be
What's
locked
causing
up.
America
Anyway,
to be divided? What's
no,
causing
listen.
America to be divided?
people like you,
People like me.
yes, people like
No,
you.
People like you that want to point out color.
No,
and
people
constantly
like you.
segregate
People like
yourself
you who
over and
refuse
over
to
again.
acknowledge what is. I'm
Hold up
coming,
something
Mila.
from
Hold on.
1981.
No, I didn't. Listen, let me tell you something,
Yes, you
Hughes.
did.
I'm going to tell you this, and you're not going to like it, and I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway, and then we're going to move on. One moment. I'm coming, love. I promise. I'm going to say this, Hughes, for me, and you can't tell me any different because you ain't me, right? You are not a black or brown person. But as a black or brown person, here's what I can tell you. You are the most dangerous type of white man on the planet. And the reason why is because I am talking.
All Americans.
I am talking. The reason you are the most dangerous type of white man on the planet is because you refuse to acknowledge what is. You refuse to accept exactly what's in front of your face and all of the facts. I would rather see the people that are walking down the street in white hats with crosses, fucking oak trees, and rope in their yard because I know who they are and they know who they are. They know who they are, right? You don't. You have no idea. You can't even acknowledge what bias is, what prejudice is, what bigotry is, what racism is. You can't even acknowledge it. And that is the problem. So, Hughes, I'm going to ask you to do one other thing. I'm going to ask you to do, I didn't ask you to be sorry for shit, Hughes. I asked you to be informed. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to ask you to go watch the documentary. I'm going to ask you to watch the documentary 13th. The documentary 13th. You can watch it for free. You can watch it for free on YouTube or you can watch it on Netflix. I appreciate you tremendously. You are welcome back at any time. You are welcome back anytime, and I sincerely mean that. But I've just run out for today. I've run out for today. So I appreciate you and hope you come back. Have a good one. John, I'm going to get to you in just one second. I'm going to bring up a couple of other people. What I need greatly right now is a quick commercial break so that I can put this girl's lunch out. I need to feed the kiddos. So when I bring you up, oh, Phantom, come back because your thing's acting weird. Okay, DeBoss, can you give me a quick? Okay. Okay, yeah, if you can handle that for me, appreciate you guys. I just need to get the kiddos some lunch. I'm gonna let him do a commercial break while I do that, and then we'll be right back. Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for participating in Danny's Live. 570 people in here. Continue to tap the screen, share the live. Let's get Danny over 400,000. Great conversations being had. Hughes, if you're still listening, we would really like you to look into what Danny was trying to tell you. Do some research. You might find some things out that might change your perspective on how you see life. through your lens versus our lens. Hey, Phantom, are you there? I know you were breaking up, but I wanted to give you an opportunity. Phantom, you there? You must be still breaking up. If you have not joined Danny's, if you have not joined Danny, hey Jen, if you have not joined Danny's, go click the red heart up there. It says 26 next to it, I believe. Join her team. Great content, great information is on her Discord. Lots going on, and she updates it regularly.
Linktree.
What did I say?
Discord.
She be hearing everything. That's crazy. On her Linktree. There you go. Her Linktree. She got the mama and grandmama ears on point this morning. Great discussions being had. Like I said, lots going on. One thing, and again, if you have not seen 13, it is free on YouTube, or you can go to Netflix and review it as well. It's pretty deep. I think people should be interested into what that conversation was. There was a couple of things that you said that I did want to bring up. One thing is, as Danny was being meticulous and trying to get and share that information, there was an immediate response to what about or disregard the information that she's putting out there, that she's sharing, and that experience that we are always guided to by people like Hughes to undermine our experience by saying or it didn't happen, or what about Waco, or all those. And there's really no commonality between the incident that he named and, as she was explaining, the Black Panther Party and things of that nature. It's just not, there's no equivalency to have those conversations. It's just a false equivalency, and we don't want to spend a lot of time on that because it distracts from the things that are at hand, which are, this is the same playbook. It's just a little different plays within the playbook that we're seeing today. That's all. There's not a lot more going on, and I think that's important. I see you, Alicia. It's at the end of the day. Listen, at the end of the day, we are where we are. There's plenty of work to do. We can't get caught in the minutia. We can't get caught in the rhetoric. That's what because that's where people want us to be. But there are realities that we need to face. And the realities that we need to face are simple. We can't allow ourselves to go back. We can't allow ourselves to be pulled into this idea that our causes aren't valid. Our causes aren't, and I don't care who it is, white, black, I don't care who's on the other side of this equation, because there's a line there. If we're going to erase that line through understanding, then people have to be willing to understand. There is no, well, what about how white cisgender men have been treated? And that's not a thing, and I know that's part of the rhetoric, but that's not a thing, right? I mean, we're not, and Danny, you said it now. I didn't want to interrupt you because you were on a roll, but you said something that I thought was important. When you asked Hughes, give me an example where cisgender men or white people in this country have been, and he gave Waco, right? Like,
right.
We don't have, right? Like where are black and brown since the Black Panthers? And as soon as they saw some level of forming an organization for the betterment of our people, they immediately demonized it and destroyed it and took it down, right?
Correct.
You can go back to Ronald Reagan and thank him for a lot of that. But that was a very good question, and there's no answer for it. There was no answer for it because there is no answer for it. And so sometimes, I'm going to say this and I'm going to turn it back over to you. This is a conversation you never hear about. Well, let me not say never. There's very few subjects that you hear people pushing back. If you were talking to Hughes and he has sons or daughters, and his son or daughter had went through childhood cancer or something, do you think he would be pushing back, or he would accept people pushing back on his experience with his daughter dealing with what they dealt with? He would be offended that people weren't listening to what he had been through with his child.
Yep.
But when we talk about what we've been through, we have all of these obstacles that are put in place. Yeah, well, you got to understand this, and you got to figure out that. And it's like, where else do we do that? We have to justify our existence, our struggles, our history all the time, and it's not that complicated. Just listen to somebody that's been through it. Listen to women. Listen to minorities. Listen instead of telling us what it's not, and you don't even know.
Yeah.
It's really crazy. So I'm gonna land my plane there. Hey, Cheryl. Hey,
100%.
I'm gonna land my plane there so you can get back to what you're doing.
Appreciate you, the boss. Yeah. So, listen, folks, I don't oftentimes, and if you joined towards the end of that conversation, let me just say this. By the end of that conversation, I was quite passionate in my speech and my volume and the things that I said. And it took me a long time to get there because I listened a whole lot in the beginning. I even was grateful that we could find an initial consensus about J6, right? But I will say this, right? I never ever apologize for my passion, ever, because yeah, I gave him a lot of latitude, right? And so I don't ever apologize. One of the reasons why I let the conversation go as long as it did is because the things that he said, I hear repeated by Trump supporters all the time. And so for me, if I got one person that keeps bringing up every single thing that I keep hearing, right, then I can just address it for everybody so that everybody hears, right? So that everybody can get the answers all at once. And I know it can be a lot, but I always want you all to keep in mind that if I'm entertaining someone for a long period of time, it is for the benefit of the entire group. And whether it is the benefit, oh my God, I forgot something. Shit. Sorry.
Yeah,
I forgot. I was looking for the
listening
kiddos.
too.
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
John. Are you still there?
Sorry. I'll be back in a second.
Okay, I just want to make sure John was that. You're
Yeah,
okay,
if John is there, he can talk.
Okay, hey John. Welcome to the panel. You can come up. Here.
This is when you try to
How are you doing today? You guys doing okay?
Oh man, I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Pretty good, but I'm just concerned with what's going on. That conversation was fascinating. Many conversations, because like one side has their preconceived notions of the other, and it's unfortunate that most of the time when we run into people that support, like MAGA, they don't listen. They either overtalk or interrupt almost 99% of the time. They either interrupt or overtalk 99% of the time, or they're just waiting to speak. They're not listening. They're just waiting to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They just dismiss whatever we say as fake news, and it gets frustrating. When you can see that like the facts are there, they're plain to see in black and white in writing or on video or whatever. The facts are right there in front of their face, and they refuse to acknowledge them. And it's just, it's so frustrating. But the way that Danny put it and explained it was perfect. I love the example. That was a brilliant example of showing the sports celebrations, because it is predominantly white people doing this stuff, white people doing this stuff, and nothing was ever really. The National Guard wasn't called out. You know what I mean? It's treated as a whole different kind of situation. Like
They're enthusiastic.
They showed them reporting it perfectly. Like they said, it was a celebration or whatever, or you know what I mean? They don't talk about it as a riot. It's all about the language and the wording and how you present it,
Yep. Yeah, I appreciate you. Let me ask you, John, do you live in California, or where do you live? If you don't mind me asking.
I live in Michigan. I'm 51.
Michiganders. Michiganders are my people. Sorry to cut you off. Every time I hear Michigan, I get a little excited. I've been to Michigan twice in the last 2 years. I was in the UP this time, and the last time I was down by Traverse City. So I love Michiganders. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love it. It's a beautiful state. I've lived here all my life, and it was so confusing to me why, how so many people in this state voted for the other person. But yeah, I've been on many lives, and I've listened to basically, it's almost like a rerun or something. You can kind of predict what these Trump supporters are going to say or how they're going to act, and they do the whatabouts. When we ask them to hold their own president accountable, they immediately just go, what about Biden, or what about Obama?
Yes.
And that's usually what their go-to is. And then once you actually corner them with the actual truth, then they get to the insults and all that kind of stuff and the name calling.
Yep.
It's the defense mechanism of somebody that has nowhere to go. You know what I mean?
100%.
And it's basically like we back all our facts up or all our claims up with proof, with receipts. We come with receipts all the time.
Yep.
And now they're always like, oh, why you gotta look stuff up, and why you gotta, because we want to prove what we're saying is true from a credible source, not from trustmebro.com, which I like to say.
I'm stealing that.
Other sources. Yeah, well, I've heard that I can't claim that. I've heard that many times before I said it, but it's awesome. I love it. But I mean, even WhiteHouse.gov is like not a credible source anymore.
Nope.
Isn't that a scary thought?
Yes.
That our own White House is compromised now. It's compromised. It's all propaganda.
Yes. And that's the thing. It's so like when the budget bill came out and I saw and I was like, I can't read what the White House is saying about it. I literally had to go and I went to like Center for American Progress and other places and PBS to get the bill and to hear what's actually in the bill. And it is so crazy to think that we have now entered a place where it's always been good to be suspect of the government a little bit, right? But we just had we had some things that we knew that we could just trust and believe, and we are no longer there. And that's crazy. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everybody's always been kind of, suspicious of the government, because I honestly, to be honest with you, this is the first time I've ever voted. I'm 51.
Wow.
I legally voted like how many elections, right? You know what I mean? Going back to the early 90s. So I literally have purposely avoided it because I had the attitude of they're all crooked, kind of, you know what I mean? I don't even really care because this, somebody comes in 4 years, nothing really changes. It's just a different figurehead that's in there and all that stuff, right? Well, this was a whole different situation. Human rights are on the line. Women's rights are on the line. I feel I had to do something. This is a completely different situation. And when MAGA voters say, "Oh, why do you let politics come between, family members and stuff?" Because it's not politics anymore. It's right and wrong. It's morality. It's having empathy. That's the thing that really actually kind of shocked me a little bit. How many people that don't have empathy. That's like a number one kind of issue with me. Is
right.
The lack of empathy for other people. And then for them to basically put out, I call them bite-sized pieces of propaganda for them to easily consume, to either demonize or dehumanize groups of people to fit their agenda and to make them a monolith. They were, I hate to say it, but they were extremely successful at that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were. Hey, Scott. Yeah, let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you mind me asking if you are white?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I'm a quarter Native American, but I'm like 75% European, so I'm literally literally the product of the original colonization, you know what
Gotcha.
I mean?
So Can I?
I've had the privilege all my life, I've never
Yeah.
had to worry about anything like that.
So can I offer you something? Can I offer you something? Because you are great in this space, and as a white male, you have the privilege and the ability to be a great ally. And so I want to just offer you something because I'm observing, listening to what you say, right? So when you say this time was different because rights were on the line, and when people of color hear that, we understand that our rights have always been on the line, right? Always, every election, every time, it just is, right? And I think that when we talk about this one is different, and I've said this repeatedly, and I'll keep saying it, this election was different for lots of white people. It has been the same for Black and brown people all the time, right? And for the LGBTQ plus community, it's always been about their rights as well, right? And which is why you see a lot of that movement intertwined in the civil rights movement, right? But I think that's something that people have to understand, that the reason there are more, yep, they're almost done. The reason why it feels different for many white people in the country this time is because it's the first time they are feeling like, oh, hell, they might come for my rights too. And so it's a little bit different. And so it's my observation when I hear that, because I hear it and I go, well, it's not the first time, but welcome to the party. Glad to have you. Hopefully you'll be a great ally for us, that sort of thing. Yeah.
History. I love history, and it's the fact that these people now that are in power are trying to erase history because they're trying to erase their past transgressions so that they don't feel guilty about it. It is absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that we just need to face up and realize what we did, all the way up to the civil rights movement. And see, now the fact that when Project 2025 came out and all those things that they were talking about as far as repealing the Civil Rights Act and, basically undoing all the progress that everybody has worked so hard to achieve, just with like the signing of with a pen, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. But as far as the LGBTQ community, all these marginalized groups are really, really, a lot at stake now. I think it's come to a head now, you know what I mean? It's always been a struggle, but now it's really come to a head because they're specifically targeting all these groups, and figuring out a way to either make it nearly impossible for them to achieve what they want to achieve, or let them live the way they want to live, or to just downright persecute them. So I couldn't stand by anymore. I just couldn't stand by anymore. I had to do something about it. Like I said, I was, and back then I was younger. I didn't care about that kind of stuff. I was just, when you're younger, you don't really think about worldwide stuff. And I became a student of history when I was a little bit older. After I got out of school and everything. So knowing history and seeing the patterns, a lot of people are saying now, history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. That's pretty much the truth, because there's so many things that are similar to what happened back in the 30s. And I'm well aware of what happened then. And I'm so afraid to see that it could happen again.
Yeah, baby. So, okay, 1 second. Yeah, so I think that what we've got to recognize is that we are how it doesn't happen again. We are how we move things forward and bring people together. And let me just say this, the way that we do that isn't by not talking about the divisive issues. See, we did that after 1964, after 1968. We stopped talking about the very, very divisive issues because, oh, well, we've got integration and oh, whatever. But the reality is this: by not talking about it, thanks, Angie, by not talking about it, it just lay dormant until somebody tapped into it and then gave people permission to be loud about it again, right? So when we didn't talk about it, it allowed covert racism to exist and to thrive and to be there. And then now we're at the place where it's back to being overt. And the overt is what people get uncomfortable with. So the way that we have to do things, the only way that we are going to create the country that that most of us desire to be, and what some people believe we've always been, is to get uncomfortable and have the really difficult conversations. Where is it? Oh, girl, sorry. She said, Tutu, I asked you to give me my juice. Girl, I didn't see it was sitting beside me. So I appreciate that, John. I hope that you come back. What I will say is that my link tree is full of information. So you have the ability to just go to my profile, no matter where you're at, whether you're on TikTok, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook. The link is there. So I appreciate you joining real quick. I've got 25 more minutes, so I want to try to get to as many folks as I possibly can. So appreciate you, John, and I hope that you come back.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And that was a very great conversation you had with him, because you really laid out all the information.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Hey, Cheryl, I know you said you wanted to say something real quick.
Hi, yes. I just wanted to point out, you were having a discussion. He kept bringing up, and I said it in the chat too, that you were being decisive, or people, he says, we do it by bringing up race and the descriptors, which he literally did the same thing while talking to you.
Yeah.
And it's like, so he proved the point of the fact that the majority of people do this, and race is involved in everything. And white people are always the, I'm losing my words here.
It's okay.
It's always assumed that everything is about white people until you use the descriptors. What is the word I'm looking for?
Blue Honey Pot, you should have your stickers. Blue Honey Pot, you still have subscriber here. You should still have it.
The default.
Yes,
default.
the default.
Sorry, my brain took a minute.
That's okay.
We're always the default. So anyway, but yeah, he literally did the same thing when he started describing of who he thought Lee Atwater was. He immediately said the white man with the long white hair. It's like, dude, you just did what you claim that we do, and it's like, yes, because we all do.
Yes.
And that's not what is divisive unless it's literally being used that way. Like that's what you're trying to do.
100%. Dude, when he said it was my job, I was like, it's your job as an American citizen. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah.
It's your job to figure out what the fuck the truth is. So, but yeah.
No, absolutely. And
Appreciate
I have to point
Cheryl.
out too, it's funny face in there, and I pointed out in there using lactose intolerant. That was just freaking hilarious. That is definitely another one I want to add.
Yes, Terry Bora, he's gone. Yes, lactose intolerant, or what do you say? Trustmebro.com.
Yes.
That was great.
There's some humor to keep us going because,
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you, Cheryl.
You can drop me.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so I'm going to go Fire Rider, Deb Jackson, and then Queen. Bella, your stuff is right there, baby, on your thing if you want it. And if you don't have it,
Hey, Danny.
What's up, Fire
I
Rider?
just want to say thank you. I've been listening to you for a while. We go back a little bit.
Yep.
I knew you were going to get them because when you're going to get somebody, your left eye twitches a little bit.
Shut up. My left eye on Twitch. Hush.
Yeah, so, but he said something that I knew he was a racist when he said, I don't see color. I said, so you don't see brown people?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I hear when I hear that is when I in my head for some reason when I hear I don't see color, I hear in my head I see dead people. I don't know why.
Exactly.
But I do. Yeah. And my thing is we all see color, people. I need for people to stop saying that shit because it's not true. We all see color. We all do. I don't care if you're actually legally colorblind. you can see the levels of pigmentation, right? And so I'm just saying, folks, we got to do better.
Yeah, but you're inspirational. I just want to share with you what I did this week, and I went to Washington D.C. for the first time today.
Oh, did you go to the veterans thing?
Yeah, I did. I left my house on Thursday, and I went all day. I was in, on the mall, just walking around, and I went to that veterans protest on the Great Lawn.
Yeah.
It was cool. So I
was invited to that, and y'all know me. I got the grandbabies and all the things, so I didn't get to go. So how was it though?
It was a good turnout. I mean, it was from 2 in the afternoon to 5, and I'd say we probably had about 2,000 people out there. So
that's awesome.
So yeah, so
awesome.
Yeah,
I love that.
I don't know if I'd have went there if I didn't talk to you, but I said I need to get involved. I need to get off the couch.
Love that. I love that. Yeah, I'm glad people could go, because here's my thing. There are things that I would do if it were just me. There are things that I won't do when I have my grandbabies, right? And I think the way that this administration and the way that ICE is acting and the way that they are treating children even, and just separating adults and children before they even know any facts, I'm not willing to risk that. So like, I'm just here, and so I'm glad that you were able to participate. So
yeah. And it was a good turnout, and there was DC, police around.
Oh, 100%.
I didn't think anything was going to go sideways, but it was a good turnout.
Probably because they were veterans, but yeah, I hear you.
That's exactly what it was. They're not going to do anything to us, I hope.
I love that, Marky. Right. Yeah. So, well, I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I know your time is short, so I'm going to drop down this one.
All right. Appreciate you. Got you. All right, Deb. Good afternoon. What you got for me? Deb Jackson. Did you mean to request up? I'm going to send you an invite to unmute and see if that helps. You may not know that you're up. Sometimes when people are tapping away, they end up here and don't mean to. I got you. All right. So folks, let me just say this. I do have 20 more minutes. And we are 50,000 likes away from 500,000. It would be great to hit 500,000. You almost got up there today, Cam. Yeah, it happens a lot. So it would be great to hit that number before I close out and get out of here for the day and take these kiddos to physical therapy. Queen Kitty, what you got for me?
Hi, I hope you can hear me fine.
I can.
It is working good. Okay, cool. I do appreciate how you handled that gentleman earlier. He just refused to see logic, and you were spewing out the logic, and I appreciate that. I wondered if I could bring up something that Donald Trump has done, and he's done to a large group of people, and it encompasses all colors of people, everybody that he did this to. And it happened during the Vietnam War, but he has done it recently. Can I just bring that up real quick?
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if anybody knows this, but during the Vietnam War, they were using Agent Orange, okay? And that was something that the government was telling everybody was safe. They were told all the soldiers over there, everybody, all those young boys over there, that it was perfectly safe. And that means all of them, everybody. So our boys were, they were cooking their food on it. They were, the 50-gallon drums that were emptied. They were, bathing in them. They were cooking their food. They were cleaning their clothes. They were doing all kinds of things. And they came home you can look it up. Children of Agent Orange. You can look up Children's, what is it? Children of Vietnam Veterans Health Alliance. You can look that up too. You can just go look it all up. It's all there. And they used several million gallons of it on the land of Vietnam. And the land is still poisoned to this day. You can go look it up, I swear. And they came home and they had children. And there were scientists that were looking into the DNA, the connections between Agent Orange and the Vietnam veterans. And they were making connections between cancers that were linked to it, spinal bifida that was linked to it, and several other problems that were linked to it. So the problem is that when those soldiers came back and made children, and every single one of them, I would say the majority of them, their children came out deformed or sick in some way, whether it showed up when they were born or later on. Okay. I'm sorry. I just got out of hospital, a month and a half long stay because of my heart. But I was in there, and let's just say this. I refused to have children of my own because I knew that I would pass it along. So I didn't have a family because of that. That was my choice, all right? Because I knew I'd pass it along. Some people decided to, but they found out that you pass it along, it happens. All right, so there are factories in America still making Agent Orange. It's just a sad thing, but they're making Agent Orange, and around those areas are particularly high numbers of cancer, okay? There were studies on Vietnam veterans. There's all this research going on. Trump took a pen and he cut all funding to Agent Orange research, all of it. He cut all funding to it. So I don't know if you can imagine, but how many people that traumatized, how many people that has left with nothing. But the people in Vietnam, the land where they poured that poison on, they can't grow food, they can't walk on it, they can't do anything on it. And the women have to get their babies checked before they have them to find out whether or not they're, deformed, if they have hydrocephaly, cleft palates, all these things. And, they've had their funding cut. And it all happened because of that man right up above your head. And I have intracranial pressure, I have a heart defect, I had childhood asthma, I have a deformity I'm not going to describe, but I do have one. I have a lot of issues, and I was just in the hospital for, like I said, a month and a half with heart failure. And half my heart works at 35%, the other half works at less than average, right? So, I'm suffering over here, and my lifespan has been cut because of my dad's exposure to Agent Orange. And I just want people to know this. I want people to never forget what that man has done by cutting the funding to all these people that are suffering right now. I want everybody to know. I don't want anybody to forget. I'd like to keep it alive because my father, he unalived last year. And there are a lot of veterans that are just going, and they won't let us bring a class action lawsuit against the U.S. government. We have to fight them alone. That's what they want us to do, fight them alone. And I think that's very criminal, if you ask me. But I did want to say one last thing, and this is important. Don't weep for my father, because yes, he fought for his country, sure. But my dad, and I'm not one, okay? I am not one, and I am very much on your side, okay, Danny? I am on your side. But my father was a white supremacist, and he made me sick. And the problem is I cut ties with him when I was 18, and I never asked them what was wrong with his heart. I inherited his heart problem. I should have asked, but I didn't. And I have uncontrollable high blood pressure now also, but they've got it under control. But my whole family's like that. And I cut ties with them when I was about 18. Because when I was younger, I couldn't understand the difference that they saw. Of course I saw color, of course. But they're people, just like me. They're exactly like me. They have hearts, minds, thoughts, just like I do. There's no difference. They have to be, they're treated worse than I am, yes. They have to deal with a lot more crap than I do, and that's not fair. But I was raised in a family that treated people like crap, that were not the same color as they were. And literally my whole family's like that. And I really believe with my whole heart that my life, I'm put here for a purpose. I make myself aware of things like Project Paperclip. I make myself aware of, everything I can to find out what is the undercurrent in America, okay? If you don't know what Project Paperclip is, that's where they imported 1,500 scientists from over there after World War II from the guy with the little mustache. They brought them to America and gave them huge salaries. They gave them lots of money, and they just let them live in America. And I checked with AI, and they would estimate with their proliferation there'd be millions of them with the same dogma and ideology as the people from over there. And eugenics, it came, I'm sorry, I don't even know if I'm able to say that on TikTok, but it started in America, and their number one fan was the person that started, that had the little mustache. Mm-hmm. So I make myself aware of these things. I want everybody to know these things, but please don't forget about the Vietnam veterans and the Agent Orange, okay? I want to come up here more I really would. I'd like to get to know you. I am going to go to your Linktree. I do want to find out more about what you have and just, educate myself. And I want to write a paper that, can hopefully bring all this together, because I don't know if you know this, but the nephew of, hold on, what's his name? The guy that, Darwin, the nephew of Darwin created eugenics. And the nephew of, Freud, he changed our economy from a needs-based economy to a want-based economy. He made us more frivolous, and he's changed everything. And so there's a lot of things in this world that are wrong. And I really, really hope that I can help and in any way that I can be a voice and shout it to the world that there are things in this world that are wrong. And I'm so tired of seeing people hurt. I've seen things, I've been a part of it, watching it happen on the screen, and I'm watching it and I'm just wishing I wish I could just jump through the screen and save people. But I'm too sick. I'm literally on 22 pills a day right now. Most of them are for my heart to keep me alive. And I have this spray I gotta do under my tongue now too. But, I'm on your side, because we have to come and be together. We have to work together. We have to realize that it's divide and conquer, or we have to be together. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We have to realize that we all bleed the same. And yet, I have privilege. I have things that don't affect me because of the color or lack of color of my skin, because I'm pale as a ghost, But, I'm a little strange because I'm actually allergic to the sun. And yeah, you can giggle about that. I get blisters. But it has something to do with the Agent Orange exposure. It's weird. But, there are so many things on this planet that could be avoided if people would just sit down and talk.
Yeah.
Just sit and talk. And Danny, I really like the way you tried and talked to that person. But Hughes had his own agenda. He wasn't even listening to you. And you poured your heart into him. You tried to get him to listen to facts, to realities. But he was just waiting for a chance to talk.
He'll think about it later. So that's the thing. And this is what I tell people all the time is you have to fall in love with the work. And then I just do the work, and then I trust for it to do what it's supposed to do when it happens. And like I said, there are hundreds of other people that were in here at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not responsible for what he does with the information. It's just I give it, and then whatever he does is on him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but I appreciate you. I want to add a little bit to what you were talking about just now. So my dad had 2 tours in Nam. My dad was medevaced home after his second tour, and he unalived at the age of 32 when I was 6 months old from lung cancer from the Agent Orange. Luckily for my brothers and I, we didn't have any significant malformations or deformities and things like that, although some of them have happened, right? I think that what people need to understand, so the big part that was supposedly unfrozen, but we don't really know if the money is flowing anymore, is when they froze the funding for the Agent Orange cleanup in Vietnam. That was in March. They unfroze it a week later, but because of the changes within the employees at USAID, we don't really know if those things are flowing again the way that they should be, right? So it did get unfrozen. We just don't know kind of what's happening or what isn't happening. Is more research needed to be done? It's the herbicides that are and the toxins in Agent Orange that continue to be an issue, right? So when you live around chemical companies of any kind, to be quite frank, you usually will see higher rates of cancer and things like that. You see it, they're talking about right now, Musk's new AI plant down in Memphis. They typically build these types of facilities in Black or brown communities or in small towns and rural communities. Because they can get away with those things, right? So I think it's disgusting. Yep. And I think that one of the reasons, I don't know if people understand this or not, but like you can't sue the government when you're in the military, right? Because you sign a contract, right? It's pretty much like signing a contract that says you can't sue your employer. It's the same type of thing, right? And so I think that just people, there are lots of things that people need to understand, and like even what the process is in terms of like when you appeal your disability and compensation and what that does and all of those different types of things. It's a lot, right? Which is why they should definitely be paid more than we are, active duty and veterans. You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, there's a lot out there about it, and we still don't know enough, right? It's been linked to some things, and some things there's not enough. So like right now, there's a hint that it could be tied to some sort of the aging diseases like dementia, but there's no definitive correlation, and which is why the continued research is so important.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
100%.
I'm so glad you know about this. I didn't know you did, but I mean, I've just been feeling kind of lonely. I've got a TikTok up. I think it has like 5,000 people have liked it by now, and it's all about Agent Orange. And I do talk about it, and I feel the need. There are two things I really care about in this world. Three, all right. My partner, obviously. And I also care about the Agent Orange thing. And I also care about the race and people of color and why people can't work together. And the fact that I just, of course I see color. When I see people, I don't see color. Yes, you do.
Everybody does. I do not know everything. I know a little bit about a lot, but I don't know everything at all. I don't know if you've seen the last report that came out from the VA, which was April of this year. Thanks to Bosch for that check. So they have a new thing up talking about research on the health effects of herbicide exposure. So one of the things that they're talking about is dioxin, which is a highly toxic substance found in Agent Orange and some other herbicides. But they've got some studies and stuff that's listed up here. So there's like a link. So if you haven't seen that, it just came out in, let me see if I can see it again, April 23rd of this year. So it's a great one too. And it even talks about like the VA epidemiology studies on Vietnam veterans and some of those, but it's a great resource. If you guys want, how about I just do this? I'll drop this one link in the link tree for you guys. And that way you can, if you're interested in that, this can be a starting point for you to kind of go and check out some of those things.
I will go have a look at that one for sure.
Yeah, it's got, and so what's great about this one link that I'm putting in there is, holy geez, where did it go? Okay, so it's going to say VA. Why don't I just do this? I'm going to say VA toxin studies. That way people know what it is. It will be the second link that's in the link tree. The third link is the link to the big ugly bill in its entirety. The fourth link is a link for military folks so that you know your rights with everything that's going on right now, and so forth and so on. But it's there for you. So the things that are on this particular page is there's one specifically about the herbicide exposure for Vietnam vets. There's another one's about epidemiology. There's the CDC studies from Vietnam vets and HMD reports on veterans and Vietnam veterans and Agent Orange. So but when you like literally HMD, which is the Health and Medicine Division of the VA, which used to be the Institute of Medicine, when you go there, there's a whole link. There's a whole nother link. It's at the bottom of the page that I just gave you. And it has a list of all of their reports. So the HMD reports, there's one from 2018, 2016, 2015. And there's like a whole list of them. So you can look at every single one of them and get what they are saying about it.
I was just going to ask you something, and then it flew out of my head, I swear.
Sorry.
Dang it, because I have ADHD, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
It's kind of like being a chipmunk because you get really distracted.
Mm-hmm.
But, when I stick on the same subject, I can really, focus on it. But I'm so glad. I was flipping through the rooms, and as soon as I saw what you were talking about, I just, put my brakes on, started listening, and the way you were handling him was so much. You were passionate, but you weren't angry. You were calm, and with logic, and that is, oh my gosh, that's the best way to handle people like that, because they want you to lose your cool. They want you to just like get as irrational as they are.
Yeah,
and
not gonna
the
happen.
thing is, even if you hit them with facts, though, for them it's false news or fake news or whatever it is they use. I have never in my life looked at that man and thought, oh, that's somebody I want to follow. No, no,
Yeah.
never.
Let me give you, I appreciate you, Queen Kitty. I'm just on a time crunch because I got to take the kiddos to physical therapy, but please stick around, come back, all the things. I'm on pretty much every day. I want to end with just this. If you know folks that are in the military or in the National Guard and they are concerned about following illegal orders, this is the GI Rights Hotline. It is 877-447-4487. There is also a link in my link tree for an entire PDF. Folks, some other books that I do recommend. This one is Blind Spot, which is the hidden biases of good people. That's a great one. This one is another one. I can't say the name, but on TikTok, right? The Unaliving of the Black Body. And then this one is also another great one, The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. And then I highly recommend that folks watch the documentary 13th. You can watch it on Netflix. You can also watch it on YouTube for free. That's a great starting point for you to understand exactly what we're talking about when we talk about race within the context of the government and politics. So I appreciate everybody. You guys absolutely crushed it. Not only did you hit 500K, you hit 563K, which is just insane. And okay, that's not for us. Yeah, they'll keep going until I get off of here. So I appreciate you all very much. I probably will not be back tonight. If I do, I will probably join somebody else's live so that I don't have to facilitate everything and I can go off camera when I need to. Other than that, love you, mean it. Appreciate you guys for following. Make sure that you join the Discord. Check out the link tree. And I will see you all later. All right.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Take care.